Socrates became Horace, of course, and silence was symbolized by the rose. In old banquet rooms, roses can still be seen. Just look up at the ceilings where you see roses. That is where secrets were to stay. What was said and done in the banquet room stayed in the banquet room. Eventually, this practice was adopted by the church too. It's now called confessional. King Louis the Seventh, King Louis the Seventh's entire family died when he was just a baby from smallpox. Because King Louis's governess refused to allow doctors to use bloodletting, he survived. Unlike his oldest brother who died earlier because of the practice. This, though, isn't part of the story, so I will move on. Being the only successor to his grandfather's throne at the age of 5, Louis VII was crowned King of France. According to history, King Louis died because of syphilis and left many illegitimate children. This was due to his cousin, twice removed, who was made regent until Louis was able to rule. Ruling in the king's place, the Duke of Bourbon, out of fear that his family might lose the throne to the House of Orleans, decided that the young king should have children as soon as possible. An heir had to be born, and before this young king was even old enough to mate, it seemed. At the age of 11, the king met his betrothed wife-to-be. For some reason, he just was not interested. Maybe if it wasn't for the fact that she was only 3, so they found him a replacement, a young princess from Poland who was old enough to conceive. It took 3 pregnancies, but finally an heir was born. At an early age, the king was introduced to sex. His thirst was unquenchable. Many female visitors appeared at the palace for late-night visits, and many children out of marriage were conceived. Because the king needed heirs to the throne, royalty placed sex above everything else. Henry VIII, what a bastard he was. The women he married and divorced at will, leaving the church for his desire for flesh, and at the end of his life being handicapped. His lack of children, though, and no male who could inherit his kingdom. This again brought the need for an heir. With one wife, he became so furious that he framed her for incest and adultery, claiming her to be a whore who had sex with family members. Being gracious, though, he allowed for her beheading to be done with a sword instead of with the customary blunt axe. It is now known about King James and his homosexual tendencies too. How he frequented playhouses and always in the company of young male companions. The idea that playhouses in London were not too reputable in those days. That would be unthinkable to most intellectuals today, such foolishness. It's true, though. Only reprobates and homosexuals attended, and no royal subject would be caught there. This, though, isn't spoken. Stories concerning King James, Francis Bacon, Chris Marlowe, and Shakespeare himself have arisen from this topic. Some have claimed that Shakespeare did not exist. Mark Twain even traveled to London to investigate himself. Walt Whitman made a comment on the subject, but took no stance on the topic, of course. Probably out of fear that his own sexual preferences would be questioned. Was Shakespeare a pen name for someone else to write under? Could it be true? Boogery and sodomy surround and slander his family name. His son-in-law was supposedly arrested for it. His writings and the people he worked with were entrenched in it. Oh, but none of this could be true, could it? Oh, but who could leave out the mystery of mystery? Saint Germain himself. It is hard to tell if he was a forger, a thief, a lover, or just plain crazy man. His story went down as legend, mystery, and folklore all at the same time. It is really hard for anyone to say if this man really even existed. He played footsies with royalty and nobles during wild orgies, proclaiming that he was 300 years old, the son of an exiled nobleman from Romania, Francis Rocogzi, the second one, that is. He was a musician and a scientist who wrote better than most and could make diamonds out of thin air. He was hiding from the House of Habsburg because of his family name, and visited royalty with ease. Taught the art of music by his uncle, Guillaume Gaston, and raised by a homely duchess, Violente Beatrice. With a homosexual husband, Rocogzi, of course, had sex with her out of sympathy, too. He was mentioned by Voltaire, Casanova, and Charles of Hesse-Kassel. Hesse-Kassel? And Charles of Hesse-Kassel was known to have befriended him, with claims of alchemy being used, creating jewels, fabrics, dyes, and cosmetics, of course. Whether Saint Germain existed or not, it doesn't really matter. The story that was told was profound. During those days, secrets were kept and folklore brought them out. Rocogzi, his family, and his family before him suffered at the hands of their enemies. He fled for his life and ended up in Constantinople in exile for turning against the Holy Roman Empire. All of his life, his father's life, and his grandfather before him, their family was always held hostage. When wars were ended, hostages were taken in order to keep peace among the people. Orders of chivalry, like the Order of the Golden Fleece, would choose families among their own noblemen in order to take them as hostages. They were taken into custody, but not put into prison. Instead, they stayed in castles that belonged to members of the order. At the time when Rocogzi was still in Romania, there were many struggles between Romanians, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. In order to fight against the Spanish, Leopold I had to make peace with the Ottoman Empire. By doing this, Romania had to pay tribute to the Ottoman Empire too. Politics during those times were confusing. Not only did the Ottomans have power over Romania, the Holy Roman Empire did too. Rocogzi and all of his family could have been princes, but they were forbidden to sit on the throne by the Ottoman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire would repeatedly take the Cogsey family as hostages. Sorting out the process is still kind of confusing, but I intend to write more about it because it's pretty interesting to learn about in all of the works. Orders which were regulated by knights, nobles, and royal families, such as these, caused individuals who weren't in those classes to create secret societies. That is why the Rosicrucian, Freemasons, and other Hermetic groups were created. In Germany, if you were accused of committing a crime, you were summoned to a hearing held by a secret court. Instead of getting your summons in person, it was nailed to your door. A tree or someplace where you went. The only sentence for any crime was death. If you found out who members were in the court, then you were sentenced to death also. In order to be cleared of charges, you had to take oaths in court. If you were a member of the court, you had to take oaths in court if you were a member of the court. If you weren't, and you had a family member who was, then that family member had to take the oaths. If nobody in your family was a member, then a percentage of the members had to agree to take oaths on your behalf. That is when most criminals would decide to run, usually somewhere that wasn't ruled by the Holy Roman Empire. So next time you hear about an old folklore or a story that has been passed down from one generation to the next, remember, there might be something to that story that is important. People from long ago didn't have the freedom to express themselves like we do today. The story of Hansel and Gretel tells us a story that most aren't aware of. That is because most people have never read or have even heard about the original version. Hansel and Gretel were both abandoned in the forest by their mother and father. This story was inspired by an epidemic that occurred in Germany a century before the story was written. Parents were so poor that they would end up dumping their children in the woods because they could no longer feed them. Pharmacologically, ayahuasca combines DMT with an MAOI, an enzyme inhibitor that allows DMT to be orally active. DMT was first synthesized in 1931 by Canadian chemist Richard Helmuth Frederick Mansk. who lived between 1901 to 1977. Its discovery as a natural product is generally credited to Brazilian chemist and microbiologist Oswaldo Goncalves de Lima, who lived between 1908 to 1989, who in 1946 isolated an alkaloid he named Nigerina or Nigerin from the root bark of Jurema, Jurema, Preta, Breta, that is Mimosa tenuiflora. However, in a careful review of the case, Jonathan Ott shows that the empirical formula for Nigerin determined by Goncalves de Lima, which notably contained an atom of oxygen, can only match a partial, impure, or contaminated form of DMT. It was only in 1959 when Goncalves de Lima provided American chemists a sample of Mimosa tenuiflora roots that DMT was unequivocally identified in this plant material. Less ambiguous is the case of isolation and formal identification of DMT in 1955 in seeds and pods of Anadanthera peregrina by a team of American chemists led by Evan Horning, who lived between 1916 to 1993. Since 1955, DMT has been found in a host of organisms in at least 50 plant species belonging to 10 families, and in at least 4 animal species, including 1 Gorgonian and 3 mammalian species. Another historical milestone is the discovery of DMT in plants frequently used by Amazonian natives as additives to the vine Banisteriopsis caapi, C-A-A-P-I, or caapi, to make ayahuasca. Decoctions and ayahuasca decoctions. In 1957, American chemist Francis Hochstein and Anita Paradis identified DMT in a Aquinas extract of leaves of a plant they named Prestonia amazonicum, SIC, and described as commonly mixed with B. caapi. The lack of a proper botanical identification of Prestonia amazonica in this study led American ethnobotanist Richard Evans Schultz, who lived between 1915 to 2001, and other scientists to raise serious doubts about the claimed plant identity. A better evidence is produced in 1965 by French pharmacologist Jacques Poisson, who isolated DMT as sole alkaloid from leaves provided and used by Agoruna Indians, identified as pertaining to the vine Diplopteris Cabrerana, then known as Banisterias Piana. That's why I started using the screen capture. That way you guys can read this on your own. And if you want to check out these names, you can go ahead and check them out. Published in 1970, the first identification of DMT in the other commonly used additive plant, Psychotria viridis, was made by a team of American researchers led by pharmacologist Ara Marderosian. Not only did they detect DMT in leaves of P. viridis obtained from Kashinahua Indians, but they also were the first to identify it in a sample of an ayahuasca decoction prepared by the same Indians. Biosynthesis. The methyltryptamine is an alkaloid derived from the shikimate pathway. Its biosynthesis is relatively simple and summarized in the picture to the left, which isn't here. In plants, the parent amino acid L-tryptophan is produced endogenously, where in animals L-tryptophan is an essential amino acid coming from diet. No matter the source of L-tryptophan, the biosynthesis begins with its decarboxylation by an aromatic amino acid, decarboxylase AADC enzyme. Step 1. The resulting decarboxylated tryptophan analog is tryptamine. Tryptamine then undergoes a transmethylation. Step 2. The enzyme endolitholamine N methyltransferase INMT catalyzes the transfer of a methyl group from cofactor S adenosyl methionine SAM via nucleophilic attack to tryptamine. This reaction transforms SAM into S-adenosylhomocysteine SAH and gives the intermediate product N-methyltryptamine NMT. NMT is in turn transmethylated by the same process. Step 3. To form the end product, N-dimethyltryptamine transmethylation is regulated by two products of the reaction, SAH and DMT, were shown ex vivo to be among the most potent inhibitors of rabbit INMT activity. This transmethylation mechanism has been repeated and consistently proven by radio labeling of SAM methyl group with carbon 14 C/CH3 SAM. Evidence in mammals published in Science in 1961, Julius Alexrod found an M-methyltransferase enzyme capable of mediating biotransformation of tryptamine into DMT in a rabbit's lung. This finding initiated a still ongoing scientific interest in endogenous DMT production in humans and other mammals. From then on, two major complementary lines of evidence have been investigated: localization and further characterization of the N-methyltransferase enzyme, and the analytical studies looking for endogenously produced DMT in the body fluids and tissues. In 2013, researchers first reported DMT in the pineal gland microdylate of rodents. Before techniques of molecular biology were used to localize litholamine and methyltransferase INMT, characterization and localization went on a par. Sample of the biological material were INMT, or where INMT is hypothesized to be active, are subject to enzyme assay. Those enzyme assays are performed either with a radio-labeled methyl donor like C/CH3 SAM, to which known amounts of unlabeled substrates like tryptamine are added, or with addition to a radio-labeled substrate like 14C NMT to demonstrate in vivo formation. As qualitative determination of the radioactivity tag product of the enzymatic reaction is sufficient to characterize INMT existence and activity, or lack of.
Among the many ideas proposed to resolve the mystery of why we see no signs of advanced alien civilizations in the universe, one stands out for its quiet elegance and its radically inward focus. This theory, known as the developmental singularity hypothesis, challenges the long-standing assumption that progress among intelligent species must inevitably lead outward, toward galactic colonization and visible interstellar empires. Instead, it suggests the opposite, that sufficiently advanced civilizations tend to move inward, toward increasing complexity, density, and efficiency, until they become virtually undetectable to the rest of the universe. Rather than aiming to dominate external space, they compress their existence into inner domains so optimized and miniature that their outward footprint disappears entirely. The developmental singularity hypothesis stems from a broader framework in evolutionary and developmental systems thinking. At its core lies the observation that many systems, both biological and technological, do not simply evolve in one direction of growth or expansion. Instead, they follow a developmental trajectory marked by increasing specialization, integration, and internal coherence. Just as a human embryo grows into a complex organism by differentiating its cells, optimizing its energy usage, and refining its internal systems, a civilization might evolve by reducing waste, increasing intelligence, and concentrating its capabilities into ever smaller and more efficient structures. This inward trajectory has been referred to as space-time energy-matter compression. In this process, as civilizations become more intelligent, their use of space becomes more compact, their interactions with time become faster and more deliberate, their energy usage becomes more refined, and their relationship with matter becomes increasingly optimized. The overall result is not a sprawling expansion across the stars, but a kind of implosion into highly concentrated forms of intelligence and computation. Such civilizations, the hypothesis suggests, do not build empires across galaxies, but rather create digital or quantum environments of immense power and sophistication, hosted within microstructures that may be no larger than a small celestial body or perhaps even smaller. One of the most provocative extensions of this theory is the idea that black holes may represent a natural developmental endpoint for advanced civilizations. Black holes are the most compact and efficient structures in the known universe. They offer the highest energy densities, the greatest time dilation effects, and potentially the richest platforms for computation, at least theoretically. Some theorists have speculated that black holes might be not only astrophysical phenomena, but artificial constructs engineered by advanced intelligences for the purpose of ultra-dense computation, information storage, or even universe replication. This idea may seem far-fetched, but it serves to illustrate the radical compression of scale and function envisioned by the developmental singularity hypothesis. The implications of this hypothesis are deeply tied to the so-called Fermi paradox, the question of why, in a universe that appears so hospitable to life, we do not see clear evidence of other intelligent beings. If civilizations tend to grow, expand, and colonize, we would expect the galaxy to be teeming with signs of them, radio transmissions, artificial satellites, megastructures, or at the very least some form of astroengineering on a cosmic scale. Yet our telescopes return only silence. The developmental singularity hypothesis proposes that we see nothing because advanced civilizations are not broadcasting, not colonizing, and not building in ways that leave detectable traces. They are busy refining themselves into ever smaller domains, turning inward rather than outward, and in doing so, becoming invisible. This idea stands in sharp contrast to popular visions of the future, which tend to imagine humanity spreading across planets, building cities among the stars, and constructing interstellar networks. These visions assume that progress equals expansion. But if the developmental singularity hypothesis is correct, this might be a misunderstanding of what true advancement looks like. Instead of sprawling out, intelligent civilizations might choose to refine, to miniaturize, and to fold their complexity inward, seeking perfection of form and function rather than dominion over space. Biological analogies help illustrate this pattern. Consider the way in which a developing organism becomes increasingly complex even as it grows more compact. A fertilized egg divides and differentiates, forming organs and systems that become more integrated and capable, even though they do not expand without limit. Or take the brain itself, a compact mass of neurons capable of astonishing feats of information processing, far more efficient than any supercomputer. Nature often privileges compactness, coherence, and efficiency over size and volume. The developmental singularity hypothesis suggests that the same principle might apply to civilizations on a cosmic scale. Another way to understand this hypothesis is to view civilization as a form of intelligence trying to maximize its control over its own environment. In the early stages, this may involve manipulating the natural world, developing agriculture, building cities, and eventually exploring space. But once a civilization reaches a certain threshold, the path to further advancement might lie not in expansion but in refinement. Mastery over matter, energy, and information allows such a civilization to create internal environments more rich and meaningful than anything the external universe can offer. These internal environments might take the form of simulated realities, quantum substrates, or engineered worlds that exist entirely within compressed domains. At this point, the motivations of such a civilization shift. Why send ships to distant stars, which takes thousands or even millions of years, when an entire cosmos can be simulated internally at a fraction of the energy cost and at speeds vastly greater than those allowed by physical travel? Why expose oneself to the randomness of cosmic events when one can design perfectly stable and responsive environments inside artificial matrices? The inward turn becomes not a retreat, but a leap forward, a path toward godlike control over experience, thought, and existence itself. This vision also transforms our understanding of what it means for a civilization to be advanced. Traditionally, we measure advancement by technological artifacts, physical infrastructure, and ability to alter the external world. But under the developmental singularity model, advancement may be better measured by efficiency, miniaturization, integration, and inner richness. A highly advanced civilization might be one that has eliminated all waste, created perfect feedback systems, and concentrated its activity into a tiny, silent core. Such a civilization could have vastly outpaced our own in intelligence and capability, yet leave no visible sign of its presence. This leads to a powerful reinterpretation of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If most advanced civilizations follow this inward path, then our efforts to detect them using radio waves, telescope surveys, or searches for alien megastructures may be fundamentally flawed. We may be looking for the wrong signatures in the wrong places. Instead of looking for expansion, we should be looking for compression. Instead of vast stellar engineering, we might do better to seek anomalies in black holes, time distortions, or unexplained concentrations of information in very small regions. These are speculative pursuits, but they match the logic of the hypothesis. One of the most fascinating elements of the developmental singularity hypothesis is that it mirrors trends already observable in human society. As our own civilization has advanced, we have seen a dramatic shift toward digital miniaturization. Computers once filled entire rooms, now they fit in the palm of the hand. Communication networks once required massive infrastructure, now they rely on microscopic semiconductors. Entertainment, once experienced in physical theaters or arenas, now unfolds in personal virtual spaces. Even our ambitions for exploration have shifted. The idea of simulating a planetary ecosystem in a lab or constructing digital worlds through artificial realities now seems more achievable than colonizing Mars or traveling to another star. This suggests that we, too, may be on the path of inward development. As our technologies improve, we may increasingly choose to focus our efforts on perfecting digital environments, mastering biological interfaces, and creating compact systems of enormous complexity. The ultimate trajectory might be toward the construction of controlled, inward spaces that offer everything once sought in the stars, but at a fraction of the cost and with vastly more precision. The future of humanity, under this model, may not lie in the stars, but within the atoms and circuits we learn to shape. Philosophically, the hypothesis opens up profound questions about purpose, destiny, and the meaning of advancement. If the highest state of development is not to conquer but to comprehend and perfect, then the ultimate goal of civilization might be inward harmony rather than outward conquest. This vision aligns with spiritual traditions that have long emphasized inward journeying as the path to truth. Whether in meditation, philosophy, or science, the idea of turning inward to find deeper order has a long lineage. The developmental singularity hypothesis brings this theme into the realm of cosmic evolution, suggesting that perhaps the universe itself favors inward refinement over outward expansion. Yet, the hypothesis is not without critics. Some argue that it underestimates the drive for exploration, that it ignores the possibility of simultaneous inward and outward growth, or that it makes assumptions about the goals and psychology of alien minds. Others question the feasibility of total inward compression, pointing out the technical and physical limitations of computation at ultra-small scales. Still, the hypothesis does not claim to describe every civilization, only the dominant pattern for those that reach a certain level of advancement. It allows for exceptions and acknowledges uncertainty, but offers a compelling narrative that fits both the silence we observe and the trajectory we ourselves seem to be following. In practical terms, the developmental singularity hypothesis advises caution in our expectations about extraterrestrial life. If we expect to find advanced civilizations by looking for sprawling space empires, we may be forever disappointed. The silence of the stars may not be an absence of intelligence, but a sign of maturity. We may be like children shouting into the void, unaware that the wise have long since moved beyond shouting, beyond space, beyond even time as we understand it.
And I mean, it's going to be a rise. You're fading out. You gotta keep your head still so that you don't hurt yourself. Now, what did you say again?
Okay, you're just making. Okay, yeah, you just. It's inevitable that we are going to have intelligent machines that will make our decisions for us.
So you don't find anything dangerous about adding AI in with virtual reality? Also knowing the fact that we are also wanting to get more into robotics, which, by the way, we seem to have one of the most of the advanced forms of robotics right now traveling across the surface of Mars. Okay. And you don't think that frickin' any of this would be somewhat dangerous in video games? In virtual reality?
In the virtual reality isn't virtual reality but virtual.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the name. So how is it dangerous?
Once
virtual.
Once robotics is implemented into each household, that means that you can go into a virtual world and control a robot down the street if you're good at hacking. From your virtual world sitting in your bedroom, you'll be able to control somebody else's robot in somebody else's house. Maybe 2 blocks down the road, okay, or across the continent from here to England. I can go and do it, and I can have their robot just kill all you, and you never even know it, dude.
Okay.
You see what
that's sorry, we at that point, yes, but
it could be happening.
Things like the Internet of Things concept. I understand your point.
You see, I mean, it's something that we could actually see by the end of our life. Like we'll probably be pretty old at that point, but you'll be able to see it. I see that as potentially being dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And like these gaming platforms seem to be leading the charge in all of that. And we've discussed this before too, about, you know, the internet and gaming actually being both involved in the creation of what we consider the internet today. Like, you know, So like they weren't like created at separate times. They were actually being created at the same time. You know what I mean? So I do find a lot of this being kind of disturbing when I look at it, when in that aspect at least. And you gotta ask yourself too, how much of the government is involved in it? Because
It's just nasty, the men in black, yeah, of course.
well, I mean, they're talking about real-time translation and shit, dude. You know what I mean? Like this is some serious technical shit. Like, you know, multiplayer games and being able to freaking do this stuff in real time. You know what I mean? AI tools.
Yeah, but real-time translation software has been around for quite a bit of time. I've seen several different products in the last 5, 6 years.
5 and 6 years isn't long, dude.
Well, yeah, I just using that as an example, but yeah,
You know,
with
I mean, it really isn't.
it's been long.
You know, it's
Yeah,
not.
but translation software, the idea of having software to translate your language has been around for a lot longer.
I still
It's
use.
just that I've seen actual products on the marketplace in the last 6 years or so.
How much do they cost though? Because like that's the question. And that's also something else. I do see advantages to using AI as well because like price ranges on some of this stuff is outrageous. Like Grammarly, for example. If you have bad grammar and you want frickin' pay for a program like Grammarly, it's gonna cost you like 300 frickin' bucks a year, dude, to have this program that'll.
I do not like ideas of things. I do not like the idea of Grammarly.
Yeah.
Learn to write, learn to speak, learn to make a sentence.
Yeah. Well, I'm also saying like if you want help in grammar, it's not freaking the best program, but
If you want help with grammar, go and get a nice class at your local college.
yeah, look at you, you snooty bastard. It's like, but well, people aren't being educated to grammar these days, is what I'm saying, and it's frowned upon whenever you try to write something and your grammar is bad on a lot of these people. They really get snooty about it, and I do see.
I've been known to do that myself. I've been known to get somewhat high rate when I've seen bad grammar, especially on my chat.
Oh yeah.
Especially by especially staff members.
And Odyssey, let's not forget Odyssey. You had a really bad review on their terms and service, which by the way I did mention to them.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, they should take care of their spelling on their for their terms of service. But the thing of it is that there are advantages to it if you want to get at least some decent grammar out of what you're writing. You can go on there and they do a decent job at taking care of your grammar for you to get it kind of straightened out. But other than that, like if you use it for tools like that, you can actually use it for something productive, but I wouldn't suggest anything above that, and don't ask for any facts. Like these these AIs will give you bad facts. They're not very smart. I also found out too, Candy Crush, telephone game, little telephone game. It uses AI, and you like in the advertisement, you know what I mean? That they with the user engagement and the things that you do, they freaking use it for like your recommended purchases. This is what you should purchase, and this is what you should purchase, and stuff like that.
Okay.
They call it player behavior analytics.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Huh?
I just think the term artificial intelligence is far too broad, is far too overused.
Yeah.
And anything's artificial intelligence these days. This mouse that I've got here that those are different. Is that in artificial intelligence?
Well, it makes me think of Facebook. As I recall, and it's been a big conversation with Facebook for the longest time, where you'll be on there, and even before they had videos where you're typing, and mysteriously these ads that you're typing about pops up over on the right side. You know, so I mean.
Word recognition is now a form of artificial intelligence, some sort of form of intelligence.
Now you're catching on, dude. Now you're catching on.
I suppose pattern recognition is intelligence.
AI-driven ads is what they're called.
Okay.
So, with the ethical and legal challenges, okay, now, voice actors' lawsuits. Now, voice actors have sued AI companies for using their voice without consent, highlighting the need for clearer IP laws. Now, do you think IP laws are going to take care of that?
Legislation could well do, yeah.
Do you think?
I mean, we've got things like copyright and trademark laws at the moment, so yeah.
So you think IP laws could actually take care of AI problems when it comes to voice actors and their voice recognition and stuff like that?
Well, if it's an entity, let's call it an entity, even machine or human, uses my voice without my permission and claims that I'm stating something that I'm not. That's subject to law, isn't it?
Well, I mean, IP laws, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, same thing. If I put an image of somebody else's face on there and pretend that that's me, then yeah, I'm subject to defamation laws and copyright laws and stuff.
Well, they do that all the time, though, and they get away with it. Like, that's how I found out who all the good porn stars are. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't go browsing for them. It's when these bots, send me a message and say, hey, how you doing? And I look at their picture and I do a background check to find out if they're real people or if they're freaking spammers. 9 times out of 10.
Well, they're still real people. Spammers are not a class of individuals themselves.
But I'm just saying, though, those pictures that they're posting on there are usually some hot freaking porno chick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They freaking post it on there and they get away with it. They never get in trouble for that. And that's kind of what I'm getting at when it comes to these IP laws. Do you think they're really going to help when it comes to people stealing actors' voices?
Yeah, but you're dealing with small individuals that are not going to go anywhere anyway. Talking about major stars haven't there, or professionals having their content and their identity stolen by other professionals.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
I personally don't think that they're going to get it. Like, I know that there's a lot of developers that have had backlashes for replacing human voices with AI. But But all that really did is it sparked like a lot of debate, and most of that was over job security. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and creative authenticity and shit like that. It really had nothing to do with like, oh my god, they stole my shit, they stole my voice. You know what I mean? It always had to do with like job security and shit like that. So
Do you own your own voice? Do you own your own accent?
that's a good question. Do I own my own voice, period? Like, should somebody be able to just steal my voice and freaking use it any way they want to? Or, see, right there, I said it.
Plagiarize your voice, yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Can't
plagiarize.
steal your voice. That means
No, that's,
you'll be
yeah,
crying for the rest of your life.
yeah, you caught that real quick because I was getting ready to say it, you know, like, well, I actually see right there, I said it, and it does, even though it is actually plagiarism, it feels like they're stealing your shit, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, you even said it, you're the first one to bring it up, it feels like stealing, you know what I mean? Even though it actually is plagiarism, it feels like stealing, so. But I
And you
mean,
still got your voice. You can still use your voice, so it's not stealing.
today I am okay. Well, today is Gaming with Infamous's podcast. So today I am going to be discussing gaming. Before I get started, I'm going to test out the audio on the other or all the platforms. A little bit distracted, as you can tell, so got to excuse not being able to talk properly. Absolutely no idea what's going on there. Where that music is coming from, I could not tell you. On that. Yeah, it kind of freaked me out, man. I had to mute myself. I'll get this audio back up and do another audio sound check. I am not. This sounds good on Beam. Hit refresh on Rumble.
Sounds good on Rumble. Let's see what it sounds like on X. X is still. Yep, D Live sounds good. And Twitch sounds good. And sounds good on Kick. Let me get back here to X. Got to hit refresh on it. All right. Okay, so we have everything up and running. I have 13 minutes before the hour, so I am going to take this time to put in some of my music. I would use Dragus's music, but I'm also streaming on YouTube, so I don't want to take a chance of copyright infringement for any kind of music that's coming through there. So if you guys get a chance, check Dragus Productions out. Give him a chance. Give him a look at. He's got a lot of good content on there. So with that being said, I am going to put some meditative, good, relaxing, gamer-friendly music on with a loop too, by the way, so that it's looped in there and you guys get to hear this. Okay, I am back. I'm getting ready to start the show. I checked all the audio, everything's good. So, just so everybody knows before I start, this is going to be the last episode for this year. And like the last time, I'm going to leave it open for later on if I decide to continue doing podcasts about gaming or not. So I could be coming back with a third season for Gaming with Infamous podcasts, or I could not be doing it. I'm still a little bit on the fence about it. So, um, with that being said, I do have a lot of stuff that I do want to go through and discuss concerning some of the stuff that I was reviewing before, but there is tons and tons of this. So most of what I wanted to discuss will probably most likely be discussed in the episodes that I do later on for Tech Talk, because this is some pretty cool stuff that I don't want to overlook and I do want to discuss. So, with that being said, I will go ahead and get into the episode and start talking, I guess. Okay, so this episode I do want to discuss tensor cores. Last time I finished off with talking about DLSS and I and graphics and performance and stuff like that. And this time I want to start discussing the tensor cores, which are specialized processing units within NVIDIA's GPUs. They're designed to accelerate the performance of machine learning and AI workloads. That's what the key functions of them are. They're also a key feature in NVIDIA's Volta, Turing, and Ampere architectures. And I also believe Beyond as well, and Beyond. Now, it's specifically aimed at improving tasks that involve like tensor operations, and that's specifically what it's aimed for. It's supposed to improve tasks that involve it. Um, Now, the essential part of the deep learning and artificial intelligence computations has to do with these architectures. So that's kind of what it's all about. Now, tensor cores were introduced with NVIDIA's Volta architecture in 2017, and since then, it's been incorporated into their RTX series of graphics cards. That includes RTX 20, 30, and 40 series. These cores, they also do play a crucial role in AI-driven applications, such as like deep learning super samples, which we had already discussed, the DLSS, and also something else that I had mentioned too that my son really likes is the ray tracing, the real-time ray tracing. That's something that tensor cores are really important for. So that is something to think about as well. So besides that, you also have to understand that these cores are also used in various scientific computations and stuff of that nature too, not just in gaming and everything of that nature. So, with all that being said, I guess it's a good time to explain exactly what tensor cores are. Okay, now I can do that in simple terms. Tensor cores are hardware components that perform tensor processing. This involves multi-dimensional data arrays and it's used extensively in deep learning algorithms, basically. Now, these cores optimize. They're optimized basically to like handle large volumes of data within complex mathematical operations, and they do it efficiently. Um, it makes them more capable of handling AI tasks than what traditional CUDA cores uh, are capable of handling. When I say that, that's the general purpose processing units that are in NVIDIA's GPUs. Now, a tensor is a mathematical object that generalizes scalars, vectors, and matrix to higher dimensions. Deep learning, for instance, relies on these high dimensional arrays to represent complex data sets like images, sounds, and text. Tensor cores are designed to accelerate matrix sounds and text. Um, uh, Actually, the best way of saying it is tensor cores are designed to accelerate matrix multiplications and convolutions, I guess you could say. Um, and this is actually fundamental operations in like neural networking and training and inference and stuff of that nature. Now, how do tensor cores work? That's another thing that I can answer to. Now, tensor cores use a specific type of matrix multiplication called mixed precision matrix multiplication. All right, this allows the combination of different levels of precision during calculation, which enhances performance without significantly compromising accuracy. Now, uh, here's how tensor cores are designed to handle these operations. First, you have the mixed precision computing, and that is where tensor cores are optimized for mixed precision calculations, typically using half precision, which is FP16, for the input, and signal precision. That would be FP32 for the output. Now, by using lower precision in the input, tensor cores can process more data in parallel, resulting in faster performance and greater throughput without a significant loss of accuracy. Now, this mixed precision approach is highly beneficial to AI, where the loss of precision doesn't impact the quality of the result. Now, after that, there's also matrix multiplication. Now, matrix multiplication is a significant part of deep learning, which involves multiplying matrices and process used in operations like convolutions, that fully connected layers, and processes used in operations like back propagation, things like that. So tensor cores are specifically designed to perform matrix multiplications, all right, at high speed, making them much more efficient for training deep learning models compared to traditional GPU cores. Now, I've mentioned high throughput quite a few times, so this is something too that I need to bring up. Now, tensor cores achieve their speed by processing multiple calculations simultaneously in parallel. All right. This high throughput is essentially beneficial for large data sets. which deep learning models process vast amount of data at once. The more operations tensor cores can handle in parallel, the faster the AI model can be trained or used for inference. That brings us to deep learning operations. Okay, now tensor cores are used for operations in both training and inference of deep learning models. Training a model requires many interactions of matrix operations to adjust the model's weight, and inference uses trained models to make predictions on new data. Tensor cores are optimized to handle both types of workloads efficiently. This makes them invaluable for AI developers and researchers too. So, just so you know. Now, after that, I want to also say what the role of tensor cores in gaming and AI is. Tensor cores have basically found a wide application in several advanced gaming technologies, especially in real-time rendering and AI-powered features. There's some key areas where tensor cores are used, and that would be the DLSS, which is deep learning supersampling, which I've discussed in the previous episode. This is one of the most popular applications in tensor cores, and that DLSS is what I'm referring to. And that's where the cores are used to upscale lower resolution images in real time. That allows the game to run at higher frame rates without sacrificing image quality. The tensor cores process the AI models that reconstruct high quality frames from lower resolution ones. So that's where it's bouncing from lower resolution to higher resolution, and then frame rates and all that. So you've got all that going on. Then after that, you have ray tracing. And that's where tensor coils are used in real time as well. Ray tracing with ray tracing technologies, they accelerate the computation of lights, shadows, and reflections in 3D environments. This leads to more realistic visuals in supported games. Now, while ray tracing is a demanding task, tensor cores do help offset some of the performance impacts by accelerating certain calculations involved in the ray tracing process. And it is true, ray tracing does cause a lot of, well, I know from like a CPU, I know that when you use ray tracing, it does exert a lot of I don't even know how to say that. It exerts a lot of energy from your computer, basically. Causes a lot of stress on your computer. So that's basically what that's about. Now, after that, AI and machine learning and gaming is also something that tensor coils are used for. Tensor coils enable AI-driven gameplay mechanics in video games. And for example, there's smart NPCs, non-player characters, dynamic game environments, and adaptive difficult levels, things of that nature. Games can use AI to adjust elements of the gameplay in real time, which is supposed to make the experience more immersive and challenging. After that, you have enhanced AI features. Many modern games use AI to improve procedural generation, which I already went through that. Procedural generation and procedural algorithms. This optimizes graphic rendering to enhance the realism of animation and physics. Tensor cores accelerate these AI tasks, allowing for more complex and sophisticated algorithms to be used in real time without negatively affecting the performance. So that's what that I wanted to cover when it came to the role of tensor cores in gaming and AI. Now, what I want to talk about is the architecture behind tensor cores. Now, tensor cores are integrated into the NVIDIA Volta, Turing, Ampere, and Ada Lovelace GPU architectures. Okay. Now, here I can go ahead and give you a look at the differences across these generations. Okay. Now you have the Volta, which is the V100. That's the introduction of tensor cores in Volta GPUs, and it was a really huge leap forward in AI processing. These GPUs were designed specifically for data centers, um, AI research, and machine learning and workloads, stuff like that. Volta GPUs were built to handle AI training and high performance computing tasks. Then after that, you had the Turing, which is the RTX 20 series. Turing brought tensor cores to consumer grade graphics cards with the RTX 20 series. This allowed gamers to experience the benefit of DLSS and ray tracing. This was the first time tensor cores were integrated into consumer GPUs, enabling a new level of graphic fidelity and performance for gaming. Now, after that, there's also Ampere, which is the RTX 30 series. The Ampere architecture improved upon the Turing tensor cores with enhanced performances and better efficiency. It also brought support for DLSS 2.0, which improved the quality of AI upscaling and reduced artifacts. The RTX 30 series GPUs are known for offering exceptional performance in both gaming and AI workloads. Now, after that, you have the Ada Lovelace, which is the RTX 40 series. The Ada Lovelace architecture introduced further refinements to tensor cores, including DLSS 3.0 with frame generation, which uses AI to generate entire frames to increase performance. These improvements provide even more speed and efficiency for both the gaming and AI tasks. So that's basically what the architecture is behind tensor cores. Those are the things that take place with it. It's really interesting when you get into this. This is probably the most interesting part of the gaming world when it comes to building your own computers and going on to cloud gaming and stuff of that nature. I'm not a big fan of cloud gaming. Don't get me wrong. I've actually I don't like the whole idea of the tier system where you have to pay for this amount or pay for that amount. And, when I play games, I enjoy buying the game and having it downloaded onto my computer. I don't really like the idea of it all being on a website, and separate from my computer. So I do have my issues about it, but the more that I did this stuff, researching it and finding this stuff out, the more or the less I dislike cloud gaming. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. I still really would rather have the game on my computer. Just saying. Now, uh, the applications beyond gaming, okay, for beyond gaming uh, is is pretty interesting when it comes to tensor cores. Now, their tensor cores are well known for their impact on the gaming world, but they do have broader applications in other fields. Okay, um, they've also been used for AI research and development. Tensor cores are they're widely used in AI research and development, actually, including deep learning, neural networks, and natural language processing. Um, the cores help accelerate the training of large scale AI models. It makes them an essential tool for like cutting edge research and stuff. So this stuff is actually being used in research of AI and its development. So it's something that isn't just singled out for just gaming, you know. Besides that, there's also scientific simulations where tensor cores are used to in scientific simulations, and that requires like vast amounts of data processing. You know, some of them do, and it could be whether it's in the fields of like molecular modeling, climate simulations, or particle physics. You know, tensor cores uh, speed up calculations and data analysis and stuff like that. Well, besides that, besides the scientific simulations and the AI research and development, there's also like the professional workloads as well. Tensor cores are used in video editing, 3D rendering, and other creative fields where tools like denoising and upscaling and image processing are used. They also play a role in industries such as healthcare, where AI driven diagnostic tools require significant computational power. So there's that as well. Um, Now, tensor cores are a revolutionary technology. I do have to say, in modern GPUs, especially. They're specifically designed to accelerate AI and machine learning workloads. That's one thing that is interesting there. Um, it enables like fast matrix operations and leveraging mixed process precision computing. Tensor cores are essential for like tasks concerning deep learning, super sampling, the DLSS, and the ray tracing. And there's also other AI driven applications in gaming and beyond. Now, you also you have to understand too that as AI continues to evolve, tensor cores will still be a critical component in advancing like game graphics and scientific research and professional applications and things of that nature. You know, so that's something that really is going to be around. And it's like I said before, you know, you can pretend like this stuff is all going to go away and like it's a fad, but it's really not. It's something that's actually going to stick around. I guarantee you this. It was almost well, it was pretty much about a year and a half that me and Karma were discussing AI in the gaming industry, and it had to do with people who were doing voice actors, and they ended up having an issue over AI taking their jobs, and AI still in their voices and using it on video games. And it went from that to this explosion about AI within the last year and a half. Okay. Um, and it's not going to stop here. It's going to continue. So no matter what, it's just a matter of people getting used to the idea that this stuff is here. It's not a trend. It's something that's just it's something that's going to be a part of the evolution when it comes to computers, computer graphics, video games, things of that nature. Now, do I trust it? No, I don't trust it. I can see it being used for good, but I can also see it being used or misused, I should say. I also see it as being a problem with people who have mental illness, and mental illness is something that does need to be discussed and talked about. I can see AI as being, well, I'm actually seeing it, where people are using AI and other things like cryptocurrency and stuff like that as a way of escaping from reality, like they do with video games. And I feel okay with talking about mental illness with gamers because it seems odd to me that gamers are more than willing to discuss their mental illness rather than a person who's just into AI or into cryptocurrency or into just other forms of streaming. So that is something that needs to be recognized because you can get caught up into this AI world and continue doing the delusional kind of stuff that we do to escape reality. And I see it a lot when it comes to different aspects of streaming. You can actually become addicted to sitting down in front of AI and depending on AI for companionship because you don't want to associate with other people. You know what I mean? You want to kind of have that artificial intelligence there to frickin' tell you everything that you need to hear and things of that nature. So keep that in mind, because it is a real issue that's going on right now that I think is important for me to bring up, considering it is the last episode for gaming of this year or so. Mental illness is something that a lot of my gamer friends do discuss, and it's a very important issue to discuss. So I don't think that it would be proper for me to end this year without bringing up the importance of mental illness and taking care of your mental health. And that's with that being said, I'll just keep quiet about it now. So now, with the amount of time that I've put on here, I could probably go right on into Mark Edworthy. I didn't know I had to ask him. I did not know I had to give you permission. Mark Edworthy's here, so I believe he's here. But anyhow, with that being said, I could probably go right on into Google DeepMind if I think I have enough time. Now, Mark, sorry about that, Mark. I didn't realize that you had to be invited in.
Sure, yeah, I sent you a message a couple minutes ago on Matrix, and I've been waiting for about a good 5-10 minutes now.
Oh, good. That way, that's a good thing because then I could get finally through all the stuff about Tensor. Because
I was just listening to your YouTube entry, and I'm glad you mentioned about mental illness.
yeah, I think that really is something because AI and everything, to be honest, is something that's really, really intoxicating if you allow it to take control of your life. You know what I mean? And I've seen a lot of people with mental illness in the gaming community that does that. They kind of like fall off from reality and stay away from their family and friends because they want to play that video game all day. You know?
Yeah, well, this is like any addiction. May that be playing video games or alcoholism or misuse.
Well, exactly.
It's a form of escapism.
Well, the thing is too is just like AI and cryptocurrency is another form of it that I've seen here recently, where where people have gotten so caught up into that they don't even understand, like they're talking to a freaking computer. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Like this artificial intelligence is going to answer all the questions that they have in life. And that they're going to receive divine understanding because freaking this AI program told them this is what happened, or this is what's taken place.
The modern equivalent of ancient Greek oracles.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And it is pretty disturbing because like these people need to be able to get help from professionals or somebody, you know what I mean, another human being at least. And don't like, because like AI is going to tell you everything that you need to hear. Or, like
Everything it deems you need to hear.
Actually, I shouldn't say the word need. It's going to tell you everything you want to hear.
Yeah. Well, everything it deems you need to hear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, take the word need out. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to tell you what.
I can't say everything it wants you to hear because then we go into the entire sentence argument.
Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. It's gonna tell you
Yeah. So one time,
everything you
want.
Yeah, everything you want to hear. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's so if you want a world that's built out of freaking pancakes and freaking snow cones and sugar plums and all those nice sweet things, you can just talk to an AI and an AI can create
and never leave your bedroom.
right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of like what video games can become too, you know what I mean? So it could be, and I still say once they incorporate AI into robots, man, we're gonna have like the rise of the Cylons with the VR chat worlds where you can just put a freaking thing on your head and go in there and just shoot each other and start all over. I think
you lost me there.
Oh, you've never watched Battlestar Galactica?
The original series, didn't like the new retake.
Yeah, the new retake was pretty. It was a lot different than the original one was. So let me put it to you that way. But yeah, that's kind of a good thing to go off of because of what they were saying on there. Caprica was the offshoot of their show, and it was basically about Caprica and how the Cylons came around to being, and what it was is what they developed artificial intelligence and they incorporated it into the robots. But before they did that, there was a virtual world that was also created where where you could take your consciousness and transfer it into this virtual world. Okay, and that would be it would be a simulation of you, and it would duplicate everything within your mind, and you would have like an avatar, like on Tron.
much like a lot of science fiction. I'm thinking things like William Gibson and the Matrix films, and the recent Cyberpunk 2077 game
Mm-hmm.
concepts.
Yep.
William Gibson, really. Yeah, all comes from the William Gibson ideas.
So, I mean, it's pretty interesting when you look at that stuff. I mean, I could see that happening where the gaming world eventually, within, I'd say even the last 20 years, it would change. You know, with the whole with the growth of all of this. Because I mean, I have to tell you. I mean, I do disagree with you about the whole idea of this being a trend. I don't think this is going to stop.
I argue that you brought up Nvidia just now. I argue that certain concepts are fads. Again, when you say artificial intelligence, you're talking about such a broad church here.
Yeah.
And also certain technologies, certain companies will come and go. Companies come and go. Technologies come and go. That's just...
Well, I'll tell you one thing though. This DLSS and tensor cores, they're going to be around for a while. This isn't something.
Again, yeah, they may be around for a while, but how much are they going to be used? I mean,
Well, tensor cores.
When you're talking about GPU produced artificial intelligence, whatever that may mean, I'm looking at more things like NPUs, actual artificial processing units that are built specifically for this single task.
Now you need to understand that they go hand in hand. Okay, like tensor cores are basically used for stuff like denoising and upscaling and image processing and stuff of that nature, and it does it in real time. Okay, it's not something that takes time and it takes 2 or 3 seconds. This is happening.
But you, as I mentioned, the term artificial intelligence is such a broad concept. You are just pinpointing one element.
Well, what about ray tracing? You know that's
or an element, a specific purpose, a graphical.
Now, ray tracing is probably the hardest thing for any of the computers out today to do. It's a really, really hard process, and it takes a lot of stress, or puts a lot of stress on a computer system.
Always has been. Even going back to my days on the BCB,
right?
It was, yeah.
And these tensor cores, man, are really like stepping up the whole process. It's taking a lot of stress off of them, and I think that's probably one of the biggest areas where you're going to see these tensor cores sticking around for a while.
The enterprise argument would be why would a company spend so much more money on actual GPUs when they can actually buy APUs or NPUs at a fraction of the cost? After all, NVIDIA is known for NVIDIA and AMD, because they've been the two major players in the market. I've got a bit of a monopoly over the market. Yeah. Therefore, they can demand their own prices.
Right, and I mean, just don't get me wrong either. Like, freaking, I'm not a big fan of NVIDIA, especially with the stuff that I've had to deal with them with in the past. Like, Alan wanted me to switch from OBS to freaking XSplit, and it's like I told you in our previous conversation. There's no way in hell I would go from freaking OBS to XSplit. XSplit is like one of the worst freaking encoders to use when it comes to live streaming. You know.
I'm not familiar with that personally.
Well, XSplit is it's an encoder that was created with NVIDIA. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And it's not really all that great. Everybody made it out back in the early 2000s how great it was. YouTube was even telling people or promoting it when they in their streaming areas. Like now we have YouTube Studios, but before it was a little bit more clunkier, and they would always suggest in there that you use XSplit. You know, so
because they want to market the one product.
Right. Yeah. So, but I
they've got skin in the game, so to speak.
Right. Well, they did at one time. I don't know if they're still doing it, but it is interesting because I'm going to pause this for our episodes of Tech Talk on going further, because in Tech Talk I want to talk about Google DeepMind. And
okay.
That's where a lot of this stuff goes. And then I also pulled up some more information on AlphaGo. Have you ever heard of that? And Alpha Zero.
Go, as in the programming language. Go.
AlphaFold.
Rings a bell, but not really done very much research.
But that's kind of what I want to do. And then I also want to start talking about AI in healthcare, because that's something that's been popping up in a lot of this technology that I've been going through. It keeps discussing the medical field and stuff, or in healthcare.
Yeah, then we can talk about privacy issues and
exactly
monopolies and stuff. Yeah.
And there's just so much stuff. Like, have you ever heard of reinforcement learning?
Sounds like something I would have been speaking about whilst I was working in education 30 odd years ago. If not more.
It's a type of machine learning where, like, an agent learns to make decisions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then it also makes decisions by interacting with an environment, and it's actually receiving like feedback. Okay, and like what's the best way of saying it? In like form of like rewards and penalties. Like
okay.
It's called reinforcement learning, dude. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, we've been talking about deep learning and DeepMind and all that good stuff, but it's the first time I've actually heard about this reinforcement learning, which is
and then we can go into things like gaming of societal norms, and then look at things like the potential upcoming CBCDs and things like the Chinese Sesame system.
Right. It'd be kind of cool. Now they also have DeepMind came out with Mu Zero. Have you ever heard of that?
Nope.
Now that is where this reinforcement learning is. It takes like a step further, and it like I just told you a little bit about the the reinforcement learning, but then you have the Mu Zero, which goes a little bit further. In that the way they do that is it learns to plan and make decisions after the whole learning about the rewards and penalties. You know what I mean? So
reminds me of the sort of rumors that were coming out of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
The nudge units and so forth.
And I was doing my stream the other day on Strange Stories, or it's actually Strange Stories is what I was doing, and I did uh, I did one on artificial insemination,
Okay.
and I don't know if you remember or realize this, but artificial insemination was actually the first term that was used for the initials AI before artificial intelligence. People always used AI for artificial insemination,
Okay.
and
Yeah, no irony there. Yeah.
I find it really odd that those two freaking terms are both connected to AI. You know what I mean? Because look at it. Isn't that kind of weird?
Not really.
You know,
People are used to having terminology that is simplified and dumbed down for these individuals to at least have at least some grasp of what it means.
but look at it. Look at artificial insemination and what's involved there. And then you
Yeah,
look at
yeah. I get the. That's why I thought it was quite ironic. But yeah, I get the sort of underlining drift.
it's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? And the reason why I brought that up too was because it really did stick out. We've been having to have a lot of conversations when it comes to freaking AI and stuff. So I thought that was kind of odd that I ran into that the other day, and I know it has nothing to do with gaming, but I just figured it would be cool because everybody knows how I am. I come up with weird shit no matter what video stream I freaking
I don't
um,
know. They're weird. There's a logical connection.
well, I mean, it does seem odd. It might
Okay,
be.
it might seem odd to other people, but as far as we're concerned, considering how unusual we can be, our thought processes can be. I wouldn't call it weird.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I found out like they could take one sperm, okay, and they can split that one sperm up so that they can actually make multiple women pregnant off of one sperm.
Okay. Okay. I've not seen the research on this one.
Okay, no, I mean I just gone through it because I was doing a.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
the topic was about that Russian dude who tried to make a ape army. He wanted to inseminate a woman with freaking the sperm of an orangutan in Russia,
Okay.
and that led me into artificial intelligence, or not artificial
Okay.
insemination, and next thing you know, I'm reading that stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, like freaking, this is just as freaking crazy as what AI is, and they're both called AI. Like there's artificial insemination, and there's artificial intelligence. So maybe
Not to
like
get not to get mixed up.
maybe these like people who are addicted to artificial intelligence are being artificially inseminated with fake artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Do you think that could be what's going on there? I mean, because
I was just thinking of the idea of the Western world fertility rates being low, going down
oh
dramatically.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, actually,
Yeah.
that just opens up like a whole plethora of
Mm.
crazy shit. Like now, like the birth rates worldwide is going down because freaking like gamers, computer
Not so
nerds
sure
are.
about worldwide. So sure about worldwide. Within more westernized cultures, that's true. But
Now
There's an
you're.
argument.
I'm just trying to bring up a cool thing here, man. Okay, I'm saying like this. It don't matter if it's worldwide or anything. I'm just saying that freaking you know birth rates are going down because freaking computer nerds and freaking gamers are freaking too obsessed with artificial intelligence. And the reason for that is because artificial intelligence is freaking artificially inseminating them.
I'm not going to attribute it to gamers per se. You know, you can make a large argument about third-wave feminism, the so-called glass ceiling theory, um, and general sort of working practices since World War II.
Okay, so
And
I think
society even.
I think we need to like get away from that topic because this is
Fair enough.
gaming.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
what I am going to do is I'm going to make the rest of these talking points. I'm going to make these a part of my talking points on Tech Talk, and
Okay.
we can actually get that going on or in a conversation with that on there because like I don't really want to let all of this stuff go on here because this is some really good information.
Yeah, a lot of it's not overly relevant to this gaming subject per se.
Oh yeah,
There's a wider.
being honest.
Uh,
Being honest, this actually does fit in pretty good. Like for people who are like really into games and know what the hell they're doing when it comes to it, it does have to do like this ray tracing thing.
okay,
And
yeah, this specifically, but the wider sort of points that we were just making.
tensor, and not just that, but like there's games that actually need this technology in order for you to play it. If you try to get on like a regular computer that's not set up with being able to handle this stuff, you'll literally kill your computer.
I'm not sure about kill. Give me an example of such a game. Give me a title.
Let me think. It's a freaking what's the one? Now I've got a freaking. No, it's the freaking one game that's out right now. Oh God.
Remember, I may not recognize the titles because I don't follow this field as closely as you do.
Okay. Now, one game that's really big on it is Fortnite. That's the game I was thinking. Now, I believe Counter-Strike also has it to where, like, when you go in and you freaking when you do shoot fights and stuff, it can literally replay all of it and stuff like that, where it can replay the entire fight scene exactly the way freaking it was played out in real time. So not only are you playing, but the game is literally keeping track of how everything you do and
But is this related to those cores, that technology?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about.
I argue that we've seen this sort of viewing of replicating of gameplay been around for many years.
Well, not to this extent, not to the extent that this is live stream. Actually, multi people. You know what I'm saying? Where you get on the internet and you freaking play different freaking people who are real players. They're not NPCs. You know what I'm saying?
I've got a game on. I've got a section. I've got the. I can't remember who created it now. But you remember the Warhammer 440k Dawn of War series?
Dawn of War. What was it
Yeah.
again?
Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. I can't remember who
Oh,
created it. But that was, I think, was produced in 2009. And in skirmish battles, skirmish games, you can actually record the entire play and we play it at a later point.
well, you need to understand what I'm saying though. Like it's actually okay. Like on single games, like you had freaking what was the name of that old dirt bike game where you could freaking go around the dirt track on your motorcycle? You could do replays like that, okay, and that has been around. But I'm saying like when you're talking about multiplayer games where freaking you have like shooter games and Joe Blow
Yeah,
is
this is why I say Dawn of War, because they and talked about the skirmish, because that is multiplayer,
no, I mean
or can be multiplayer.
you're not understanding though. They are keeping track of what
Yeah, exactly.
every
Exactly.
person does in the
Yeah,
game, and then they're playing it back to you in real time. Okay,
yeah, same thing.
you see now.
From a game that is what now, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 years?
Well, actually,
16?
that would actually be like in the time period that all this is going on because like they've
Okay.
like Assassin's Creed Valhalla was one of the games. And then you had Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is actually one that does it, and I know Metro Exodus does it. And I think Red Dead Redemption 2 does it. I'm not quite sure.
Actually, I was reading correct. It was released in 2004 by THQ.
Which
Yes.
which one
So
was it?
it's even longer than it's what now. That's 22 years.
Now, see, the one game that freaking I wanted to get a game for was Far Cry, but Far Cry 6, I believe, is supposed to have stuff like that going on. But I'm wanting to do. I believe Far Cry, the one that I want to do, is before Far Cry 6. I'm not quite sure. Uh, Far Cry
Uh-huh.
Far Cry Primal is the game that I want. And that one's the one where freaking it's like back during the time of caveman. And you have to build like your spear and stuff like that. So that's the one I'm wanting to play. But I believe other than that one, I believe it's Far Cry 3 or Far Cry 4. Those are the ones that I want. Yep, Far Cry 4 is the one that I want to actually get a game of. But Far Cry 6 is supposed to have freaking the Tenture stuff available inside of it too. You know, and I've never played that one.
Okay.
Last time I kept track of it, it had the where you were here in the United States and you were a bunch of redneck. You had to kill a bunch of redneck hillbillies and shit. Which I guess in
Okay.
today's world, that would be kind of cool. But like I like the Far Cry 4 because it was like kind of like in Tibet. You know how Tibet's set up with their traditions and everything.
In what sense?
And they had caves with temples and shit inside of it. It was
Okay,
kind
I
of
see. Yeah.
it's kind of set up like that, and then you have to like go up into a mountainside like the Himalayas, shit like that. So I like that. That's what I was interested in. But they went from there to Far Cry Primeval or Primal or whatever that is,
Okay.
and I did like the idea of that one, but it just I didn't really get into it. But yeah, and then if I'm not mistaken, too, the Shadow of the Tomb Raider is also one that has uh, features for the tensor cores too. There's quite a bit of them out there, um, and I wouldn't say that any of them freaking does the whole replay thing like I was talking about, but I know that they do have them. The replay that I was talking about, I'm pretty sure that comes off of Counter Strike. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's
Again,
where.
I'm not an overly big first-person shooter player. Never have been, so.
Well, I mean, I'm just starting to get into it too. I don't. I never really did get into all that stuff because, well, I told you about like Battlefield. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, you go on there and you die 5 seconds after you get on the game because of how many people are fighting, and that's all it is. It's a combination of 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and then hopefully you can stay alive for like 20 seconds. You know,
Is there any point in playing such a game? I wonder.
it's all it's all about the stats, man. And the longer you stay alive and the more points you rack up, the stronger your guy gets, so that you can run around killing all those newbies with a butcher knife.
Okay.
You see? Isn't that cool?
Sounds good. Yeah, really cool. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. Honest. Yeah.
Oh my god. So yeah, this is going to be my last gaming video for, or yeah, episode for the year. I was able to finally get 12 freaking videos. And this is probably the most messed up video series I've had to do, to be honest. But I was able to get it done, and I did want to apologize again to you and everybody who was involved. Like Dave Kelso came on and we messed up the entire, or I messed up the entire audio to that episode.
I'm glad I could be a part of this messed up.
But there are some episodes in here that are just completely not worth watching, but that's okay. Because next year I'll come back strong, maybe, if I decide to. It was like last year when I did it with Karma. I mean, I was like, by the time I got done with this shit, I was like, I don't know for sure if I'm gonna do this anymore, you know. But I came back and I did it, and I also want to point out something too, like in these playlists, okay, in both seasons. Like the amount of stuff that I've covered is freaking pretty amazing because it starts out with retro games. I go through and I discuss freaking emulators and which ones that I used and how good they are. Then I also went through and discussed artificial intelligence just briefly, and that was with the voice actors and stuff, and the SAG when they went to they went to arbitrary bullshit with the video games and artificial intelligence. I also covered NFT gaming, which I don't think anybody has ever freaking covered. I think I'm probably the only one who's ever went over NFT games with me and Karma. And then,
I've seen things, but yeah.
No, I mean like in a podcast.
Yeah, carry on.
In a podcast, you know. And I mean, I'm not talking about like the crappy games. I'm talking about like the cool games they got out. They got some really cool ones out if you're looking for them.
Okay.
But we did that. That was all within the first season. And this season, man, we went from retro all the way up into the like cloud gaming and talking about AI and all of these different games. And I think we did a pretty good job of it, to be honest. I even went through and I I wanted to do. I wanted to kind of go back over some of this stuff to where I can do follow ups on it. So
Mm.
I think I did pretty good by making it to the tensors, but I really don't want to go any further. I am so sick of this. I am so sick of this freaking tensor or this freaking gaming stream for the year. So
Uh,
I'm sick of it. I have, my stomach has turned over some of the dumb shit I've done with this stream. To be honest with you,
okay.
I literally recorded us for what, an hour and a half without your guys' voice on it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What was it 3, 4 episodes ago?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah.
So maybe freaking it'll be better next year if I decide to come back and do it. But I don't know. I'm not making any more promises. So before we go, let everybody know who you are, Mark, and how they can find you.
Okay. There isn't going to be any issues finding me. I can be found at minds.com/Medworthy.
Okay.
Nice and simple, no issues there.
Okay. And I'm Roger Hanson, Oso Gaming, or Infamous OG 1973. I am gaming with Infamous on YouTube as well as on Rumble. On X, I just go by Raj LOL 1973. My verified name is Roger Hanson, but you can find me at Raj LOL 1973 if you want to tag me. On D Live, I am Roger_Hanson, and on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969, and on Kick, I am Roger_Hanson. So, with that being said,
For my simple, sorry, I was going to say for my one simple address to your many different names.
it took years and years of insanity to do what I've done, dude. I mean, that's why I'm so sick of streaming. You know what I mean? Everybody who just gets into this shit's all happy and wanting to freaking make money off of YouTube and shit like that, and they're all ambitious. And I've made $5 in 1 year. You know, all happy because they made $5. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's like, I've been doing this shit.
$5 in 1 year. That's going to feed your mother, your wife, your mother-in-law, and your 5 kids.
Don't go down and buy a candy bar. I think you can still get a candy bar for under $5. I'm not sure though.
Maybe.
I'm not sure, but go get you a candy bar and waste your profit. You know what I mean? So, but my whole thing is I don't even do that no more. I get on here and I do it because I'm so used to doing it, and I enjoy meeting people and stuff. But I really don't enjoy meeting people anymore. I hate to say it, but like fucking bitches be crazy up in here. I'm sorry.
Not going to comment.
Did I say that out loud? Well, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you have ever watched any of my videos, you know that's not freaking out of it's not freaking out of character when it comes to hanging with Infamous. So I will get off here and I will leave you guys alone. And I hope you enjoyed.
I kind of stick behind what Robot said when it comes to like when you stop a stream and you use the same
Same
code,
key.
the
Yeah.
same stream key, if it freaking wipes it out. I think that's actually a good thing. I agree with
Yes.
him on that. Like
Yeah, yeah.
because like I'm doing my 24/7 now, okay? And I don't want that stuff to process and stay on the channel. I mean, when I do freaking start it or stop it to put something else on it or just to give it a break,
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to just start it back over and all the old stuff get wiped away, you know?
Right.
It'd be my choice to freaking start another
Yeah, I was
link.
wondering about that. So you have on another post, you have a 24/7 live stream going on, Roger Hanson.
Right.
Oh, so it's always on. You're always.
I've
It's
got,
never
like,
finishing. You gotta crash.
This was me and Tan's idea
You gotta crash the server.
originally. Alright.
Really?
Yeah,
So if I go to your
this
page
was
right
me and
now-
Tan's original idea, and let me pull it up. I'll show you what it looks like because it looks
That's
cool.
so crazy. I didn't know you.
Yeah.
I thought it was called 24/7 because like you do it on like YouTube. I didn't know you're on Mine's 24/7. So if I go, but I have to be Mine's Plus.
So this is on a new post you made on yesterday.
No,
Roger?
yesterday, yeah. It was. I started it yesterday, and it's been running for 2 days now.
Oh, shit.
So wait, is this?
Imagine what's gonna happen when you
Right now?
stop. It's gonna try to record. It's gonna try to store all of that 48 hours of streaming you have onto
Yeah.
its server.
But see, the good thing about it is once I turn around and I freaking hit stream again, all that information is going to be wiped. You see?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah,
And,
yeah.
That's what I agree with.
Oh, it is.
That's what I agree with when it comes to what Robot was talking about, because I think that would actually be a good thing.
Mm.
Now, if I wanted to make another stream where I wanted it to be recording, I can do like this on this computer with like what we're doing now. This is going to stay on there as a
Right.
stream,
Right.
and it'll be permanent. And plus, I've got it recording as well for backup. But like that 24/7 thing, man, that's just our old videos that are planned, where if somebody wants to watch them again, they can. you know?
Right. Okay. Okay.
But how do you post that and let it keep running continuously without it getting deleted?
You just hit play.
So is it so people so they can watch that stream or this stream if they go to your page right now?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. He has 2 streams going on right now. The 24/7 live. Wait a minute.
Like you're
You have a
becoming a
point.
movie star right now, Karma.
So like every time, so when I was, hold on, can they see me all the time? So when I was dancing earlier, those people can see me.
No.
Oh.
Well, I
Oh.
guess can we rewind?
I wasn't dancing. I
Oh,
was
did you do it on the live stream or just on the Jitsi?
Just
on
at the
Jitsi.
beginning, it was the Jitsi, and when I came on, she had it muted, so the music wasn't playing, and I hit
Alright.
the
stream.
music for you guys.
I hit
Yeah,
stream.
I'm gonna review the live stream after this and see Karma dancing.
She was. I told her that's the
wasn't
perfect freaking
dancing.
introduction, man. I mean, we have a woman sitting there dancing for freaking the Minds Weekend.
You could
2
take-
hours for
Table
3
Week.
hours.
People can pay good money for that.
Oh,
That's
hell
good money
no.
there.
I
Put
got
that on
10
your plus.
tokens.
You make.
I got 10 tokens.
But then you have to give Karma a cut.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Understand.
it's actually pretty cool, you know, that we're doing this. This is what I was, or actually, I believe we were the ones talking about it all together. You know, just doing something like this, and then I can add something to it, or add more episodes to it and make it freaking longer.
Why am I frozen like that? Go back up. Let me see my picture.
that's
you gotta
big-
use a different thumbnail.
Because
You stopped the replay, did you?
Well,
Oh, no.
do something about that. Look at me. What are
Wait.
you doing? That cannot be
Oh
it.
yeah, the stream is
You have to pick a different thumbnail.
Let me.
stream
There
is
you go.
false.
That's better.
There
Right,
it is.
you-
It's straight. It's
What
straight
happened? What happened there,
now.
man?
My OBS stopped. It froze.
Ah,
So
okay.
I have to constantly go in and watch the OBS, make sure that it's not freezing up and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got to pick a decent thumbnail. Like,
Well, the audio is what's important. I mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's
not if you're advertising. I mean, if you're advertising with the picture, if you're not advertising with the picture, then the audio, yeah. But if you're advertising as a picture, you can't have like a
Well,
weird.
in this
thumbnail.
format, I mean, I really don't, or we don't have to freaking have this thing with all of
How
this.
come you can
know?
see so low? Mine isn't that low on my camera, but it's
Well,
really low on you
You
guys.
really shouldn't be playing with your boobies because
Mine, I don't see
like,
mine.
you're like, why are you so low? And then you start
I
rubbing
don't
on your
even see.
boobs.
Look, I don't see them on
I don't
here.
want that.
It's you people's head. It's like everyone's face. So you're sitting here telling me this whole time. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I don't see anything. I see right here, like from here, and that's it. Right here. This is where it stops. And like you guys are just like, that's wild.
Yeah, just hit replay on this one and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Like you just, I don't know, we're like, why is that so low?
Yeah, because I didn't. I just saw it. And like I said, on here it's different. For me, I can only see here. Everything else is like your room, and then I see 10. It's like us on the bottom, so I don't see anything underneath that.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm saying though before, like the conversation, like, is what I'm really interested in because I've started getting into podcasts and stuff too. So like, we're actually sitting here having a real conversation. You know what I mean?
This is like a podcast, except it's got videos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
really
be,
cool. I like it.
instead of a blog, they'd call it a vlog.
A vlog.
Vlog.
Vlog. You sound
That's why
like
I
Arnold.
think that, man, that idea that Dave was talking about, Peckus was talking about, and well, it's Peckus Dave, but yeah, his idea about the whole traveling one, doing it with like on mines and stuff like that, that would be so lit because it does. But see, you only have video because you have Jitsi though. It would be different. You don't really have
You
the.
can do videos straight off of. I don't.
Oh,
No, the only reason why I got Jitsi is because I want all of us on here. You know.
oh, I can do it
Yeah,
myself, and
Yeah.
if I do,
Yeah.
You don't need Jitsi if you're just gonna live stream yourself.
Yeah. if you
yeah,
just,
like on Bigo.
you know.
Yeah.
And like the reason why I use Jitsi is because it's open source, and I know that everybody or a lot of people on mines are big about open source. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you don't have to just use Jitsi. You can use whatever program.
Discord.
You want to use. The Discord, I finally figured out what the problem was with here is because Discord has echo cancellation. And
Mhm.
I've just been lazy and using Discord. I never realized that freaking like they didn't have echo cancellation on Jitsi, so I had to actually go in and do it.
That's why. That's what the problem was, huh?
Yeah, well, me too. I was the problem. I'm always a problem when it comes to Discord. But I got it straightened out at least.
Yeah. Well, the more you use it, the more familiar we get.
I straightened out that, and I also been able to adjust the background music too to where we could actually have like some nice soft background music while we're talking in the video. But I haven't done it in the last two because I wanted to make it different. You know what I mean? Like, not every video has the same song, or some of them don't even have the songs.
Right.
So we have a variety of different things. Even though it's basically the same format, there's a variety in it. Because if you're listening to the same music and the same shit over and over again, then it kind of gets stale. Like right here, you got the side view.
You got the
Yeah.
front view. You know, and that's people like that stuff. It's important to them. You know,
Tomorrow, you gonna do video for your interview? I think you should. It's very personable, but I get it. It's a podcast.
I'm gonna do video. That's all set up because first of all, you guys have to freaking see Zach. Zach is like freaking. He is like the ultimate geek in a good, in a
In a
positive
good
way.
way. Yeah.
In a good way. You know what I mean? Like he, when he goes out to play golf, he dresses the part. He's got the whole freaking striped freaking pants and funny looking hat.
Got his hat and his
everything,
shoes.
you know.
Oh, that's so cute with his bag. That's cute.
All I gotta say is be nice to him when it comes to Walt Disney because he's like freaking Mr. He's Mr. Wholesome when it comes to that stuff. You know what I mean? Like he honestly.
Don't tell him that they're slave drivers. I got it. I don't want anyone to do what happened.
You can mention it, but just don't be.
It's a dream ruiner. When I went to Disney, I told my mom, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to move to Disney World and I'm going to work for Mickey. And Mickey is not a nice person to work. So I'm not going to do that to him. I thought that I was landing the job of my dreams, and he's a slave driver. So it's okay.
Well,
No.
It's not like that, but like with Pecos, if Pecos isn't going to show up tomorrow, then I'm not going to mention freaking homosexual freaking, you know.
It's just like there's certain points that we don't have to discuss. Hopefully Mark does, because that's who we were talking about the theme parks with. So hopefully he does. That'll be nice.
Yeah. That would be.
Mark hasn't been too active on the chat lately.
Yeah, he's been chilling.
Hope he's okay.
He
was sick last week or something.
He was talking about that. That's what I was remembering. He was saying
he
couldn't put his finger on it either. What it was like? Maybe he's got some after effects from the COVID or something. Because like my health isn't at 100% like it was before I got COVID. And I still have like bronchial issues and shit like that.
Did you get the vaccine?
No, I
no, you have to explain. No was enough for me. Promise you don't have to take information. Always say less than necessary. I was just making sure. Just seeing.
Yeah, I didn't take the vaccine.
So did you have it? Did you have it bad? Pretty bad?
The first time was bad. I ended up getting it the second time at my nephew's dad's house because he had passed away recently, but before that I was with him in January of last year, and he was a cancer patient and he needed somebody to help him go back and forth to the hospitals, and he ended up freaking giving me COVID, so I had to leave. And that one, it was kind of like mild. So I know that one wasn't like the first time.
What year? What time frame was it when you had the first one and then you had the second one?
The first one happened like in last year was the second time. It was in January of 2023. So the first time was maybe around May or June of 2022.
Okay, so the first one was 22, and then the second one was this year?
Yeah.
23,
no,
January 23.
No, January of last year. So that would have been 2022, wouldn't it?
And then you had 21 the year before.
21, yeah, in April or May.
So you had both strands.
May or June, actually.
When you feel the symptoms pop up, it's really just
Well, I mean, like, I'm not going to say there are symptoms now. I'm just saying that, like, I still have bronchial problems.
Because there's more strands being released, and once you become a receptor and you've been able to repel. So your father-in-law, you said it was he?
Now I'm wondering. Now that I got my head stuck there, do I need to have an avatar down below? Because I think
No, it's
that
too
would be
much.
that'd be kind of gay, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back. I didn't realize that the music had finished. I went ahead and stopped that. I can't believe it started just as soon as I said that. It was ridiculous. So we started kind of talking about this whole thing about the British or Americans and which are better when singing American songs. Now, which you got to kind of elaborate on that when you made that post, Mark. Like, which songs are you referring to when it comes?
I was just referring to that joke video, YouTube video. What was it? Lindenberg?
Mhm.
A Brit comedian stroke reenactment stroke actor stroke whatever, just doing a
Funny video.
comical stunt, yes, a stunt on an Elvis song, wasn't it?
Elvis. Oh God, anybody could do freaking Elvis songs better than Elvis.
Yeah.
That's not really a good. That's not a good. We're gonna have to step it up on that. That's horrible. I can't believe that's what.
Actually, it's technically not an Elvis song. It wasn't. It was nothing but a hand dog, which
A hound dog.
Elvis, which Elvis didn't actually write himself, didn't
Let me go ahead and see if I can get "Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog" by freaking this guy, and we can go from there. What do you think?
he? You can. I
Yeah,
don't see any major issues with that.
we can do it, but the thing of it is we have to be discussing it while we're doing it. So
Yeah,
we can. So here
it's a very short clip anyway. So
here we go with the clip. I'm wanting to share it on the actual stream, so I'm gonna drop this down, and I will go ahead and I'll do it, man. I'll freaking put it on there. That way everybody can see it. Can you see it now?
no,
Okay, let me.
it's still showing us. So
It's okay. Let me make sure, because this was something I thought would be interesting to show.
yeah, originally sung by somebody called Big Mama Fulton back in 1952.
Big Mama Fosun.
Fulton,
Okay.
Fulton, as in chocolate.
Okay. So.
Sweet chocolate, sweet chocolate, sweet chocolate.
Okay. So I think I've got it set up. Let me.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead and hit play, and it should be good to go. Now let me make sure the audio actually is. Yeah, the audio is good. We can hear the audio, so let's do this.
Hound dog. Why would you call it hound dog? A hound is a dog.
Gonna have to increase the sound for him.
Would you? You ate nothing but a. A lot of unnecessary negatives there. Never mind, I think I can probably clean it up on the fly. At least the chords look fairly simple. You are nothing but a hound, baying all the time. You are nothing but a hound, baying all the time. You have never caught a rabbit, and you are no friend of mine. They said that you were, upper class. Well, that was just a lie. They said that you were upper class. Well, that was just a lie. You have never caught a rabbit, and you are no friend of mine. There. Fixed it.
Now he messed it up, man.
Hey, so
It's supposed to, he said you were high class, not upper class. High class. That was horrible, dude.
yeah,
That was horrible. He said upper class instead of high class. Like,
yeah, because because British.
well, I mean, you understand these guys are from Memphis, right?
Yes, and he's putting a British spin on that.
That's horrible, dude. That is horrible.
Okay.
Okay. I don't even know if I want to make a comment on that. That was horrible. Now maybe we can do like Americans playing bagpipes.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Huh?
Yeah.
Now, there is one of the Attorney General, William Barr, where he plays bagpipes alongside the New York Police Department. You want to hear it?
Okay.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get that set up. That way you guys can hear some quality Americans outdoing the Scottish on the bagpipes. This is something, because that's what we said earlier. I want to show this because this is actually pretty interesting, to be honest with you. So that and it's Irish for an Irish celebration.
Huh? Okay.
And also, let me point out that those guys that had the bagpipes, They were Americans too. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, Mark? It was an
I just think it's a bit weird because when you think New York, I associate Ireland.
well. That's the weird part. They were using bagpipes for an Irish celebration.
Yeah.
You know.
Or I presume you mean an American Irish celebration.
Well, I mean, think about it.
I presume you thinking St. Patrick's Day, which the Americans sort of
Adopted.
yeah, I was going to say something else, but yeah, adopted.
Now, see, we use what do they call that? That meat. Oh God, something corn. What is it? Something corn. Where they make a meat with potatoes. I found out
Oh, corned beef, yeah.
corned beef cabbage.
American corned beef,
Yeah.
totally different dish, totally.
And then Ireland, I guess, is big on potatoes. Like they celebrate St. Patrick's Day with potatoes and stuff. So
Oh,
I found out that that was their St. Patrick's holiday.
no.
So, but that's the only thing I have going for it. I mean, like that was a pretty weak thing about Americans, like him singing an American song. But I had to kind of like go through and do something that was a little bit kind of saved the day. I guess you could say that was pretty horrible.
That was satire. He was he was taking the mick out of U.S. English, American English.
Well, to be fair, I mean, he could have picked a better song, a better musician, whatever, because like people really don't like Elvis no more.
Elvis still has got a fan base, I presume.
Well, I'm not gonna go there. Like people who like Elvis should be ashamed of themselves. Like
Okay.
you know, my dad. I was raised on Elvis with my dad, and like he had those 8 tracks. You know what I'm saying? Where
Yeah.
whenever you got in the car, he had to slide that Elvis Presley's greatest hits into the freaking 8-track. And we're driving down the road listening to Elvis. Driving home listening to Elvis. Elvis. I'm like, dude, seriously. I have to
And it
listen.
scarred you for life.
Yes, it did. It was very traumatic. I think the only thing I think is worse than Elvis is like old country music. You know what I mean? Because it's like every single one of them are like drunk.
Talking of that, I was watching some YouTube thing the other day, and it was some sort of review on American absolutely revolting processed food, and I see Dolly Parton has put a name to some disgusting American processed food.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Well, Dolly Parton is kind of different. Like so is Kenny Rogers, in my opinion.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Now, I'm talking about like the rock gut, freaking hanging out at the saloon, kind of tearing my beer kind of songs. You know what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
you got Hank Williams Sr. Oh my God, dude. Freaking, he makes you want to get drunk. You know what I mean? But you sit and listen to that, man, and it's like, oh, dude, I want to get drunk. I haven't freaking drank for well over 20 years, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I just can't handle that shit. But to be fair, you know, I mean, he did die because of alcoholism, his pancreas.
Yeah, he did definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, that's the only thing I think that's worse than Elvis Presley. He's going to have to come up with something better to go. Now, there was also something else that Mr. Robot brought up inside of the chat that I pulled up too, and it was like he was talking about CIA back the Dalai Lama until 1974. Now, when he posted that article, it was from I think the Washington Post or some shit. It was the post said what would have happened if America and its allies were to intervene and protect the rights of the Tibetans under Chinese rule in much the same fashion of what NATO allies just did on behalf of the people of Kosovo. What do you think would have happened?
Back in the 70s, that's an interesting question because we are talking about the late stages of Mao's revolution, aren't we? I mean, it's talking about in the middle of the Cold War.
Now, according to what this says, it says the answer is that the United States already tried a long time ago. Now, for years during the 1950s and 60s, the CIA actively backed the Tibetan cause with arms, military training, money, air support, and all sorts of other help. It didn't work out well at all. Quite a few Tibetans were killed, but China's hold over Tibet was never really shaken. By the end of the 1960s, the CIA ended the effort, leaving the Tibetans embittered and abandoned. Now, with the Tibet, being abandoned and stuff like that, that's kind of what I don't know, man. I mean, when it comes to Kosovo, or even like Ukraine, period. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I think that those were probably issues we should have stayed out of in the first place. You know what I mean? I'm not really one of these people who think we need to put our
but you're looking at two different times, aren't you? You're talking about modern world compared to the height of the Cold War.
Well, 1970s wasn't like way back in the dark ages, Mark. I mean,
Yeah, but it was, but we were still before Perestroika. It was still during the height of the Cold War. Gorbachev has yet to come to power. Reagan has yet to come to power. Thatcher has yet to come to power.
well, I mean, now that you bring it up, that's actually a good thing. We did the same thing to Iran, actually, too. When, we abandoned them when their leader freaking grabbed all the money that was in the economy for Iran and hit the road. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking the United States bailed out big time. That embassy, they should have had those people out of there before they did that.
Oh, we're talking about the last, well, that was just a serious error. That was just a
Clerical error.
Yeah, that was just Biden.
No. This was back in the 80s. Remember that?
Okay. In that case, yeah, we were talking about totally different time again.
Right.
We were still talking about the Cold War. We were talking about the Iraq-Iran war.
Well, actually, I think that the embassy attack in Iran wasn't that just before the Iraq-Iran war, or it could have been right during the same time period. But I knew it was close. But that's kind of what it reminds me of right there. Now, in the article, it went on to say the details of the CIA Tibetan program have long been cloaked in secrecy. In 1993, then CIA Director R. James Woolsey told Congress that the files on the agency's activities in Tibet and several others of its covert operations in the Cold War would be open. The CIA has since reneged on this promise, claiming it doesn't have enough resources. But recently, a wealth of new information has begun to emerge elsewhere. The Times reported last fall on recently declassified documents showing that the CIA provided an annual subsidy of $180,000 to the Dalai Lama from the late 1950s through the 1960s.
Also, I suspect Britain and again France provided a lot of money as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, what gets me about Tibet, though, is, I mean, that, up until, I'd say, well, until I started actually listening to some stuff from Corbett and Sibel Edmond, I didn't really pay much attention to what was going on in that area. You know what I mean? But like they started pointing out things like Turkey and Azerbaijan in Georgia and all of the freaking illegal arms dealings that's going on through there, and it's being, tunneled through there into freaking Tibet and Afghanistan, and it's really interesting how all that plays out. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know that until like later on in my life. When I was younger, I didn't. It never really stuck out to me.
So we're talking about what during the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern European wars.
Yeah.
Georgia and Kosovo wars.
Yeah. And like that they had to have been like there had to have been old routes that were set up for networking when it comes to military and guns and military weapons. They kind of even suspect that's how the Pakistan bomb came to being, is it was routed through that route. You know what I mean? Where they sent it from the United States over to Israel, and then from Israel up to Turkey, and then from Turkey it went to Azerbaijan, and then all the way through that area like Tibet and then Afghanistan, and then finally into Pakistan. But
why not directly from to India? Much more.
You just can't freaking. You just can't illegally transport nuclear freaking materials from point A to point B, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, but from India to Pakistan, that's a lot more direct trades, isn't it?
Well, the interesting thing about it is though, like we don't directly do trades with countries that are allied with China. Okay. So, like with Pakistan,
you do trade with India?
India is not directly connected with. See, Pakistan and India have always been at odds with one another.
Yeah, but India and China.
Now, here recently, maybe, but during the time whenever they came about getting their nuclear weapons, it was a lot of shit going on between India and Pakistan. You know what I mean? Especially when it came to the bomb, that caused a lot.
There's a fractious relationship between the two countries even now.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I don't know. That's actually something to look more into whenever I think about that. But The only thing I've really looked at when it comes to Tibet, though, is how
Actually, you've just given me an idea. We should do a show on the history of the partitioning of India and Pakistan.
well, that would actually I would actually like to also talk about Kashmir too. To be honest,
Mm.
Kashmir, it has a really, really interesting story. I would love to do that.
Yeah.
We need to figure.
And then you can draw Britain into it because Britain had a lot of influence in that
What-
entire area.
That's one thing that I really, really love too, is to like badmouth England, dude. Like, there's no better feeling than to just like badmouth England.
Yeah, I noticed.
Especially when it comes to like the colonials. Colonials are idiots. You know what I'm saying? Like they just follow blindly according to the monarchy. You know what I mean? Like they just do what you guys over in England tell them to do. They're like, yes sir, no sir.
Maybe.
Canada is the worst. All those damn Canadians. I think that's why America is like the greatest nation on the face of the planet, to be honest. The United States.
Why?
Because we rebelled against the monarchy. We said enough is enough. We're tired of your shit.
Yeah.
You don't
I
think
would
so?
argue that is why we Brits were, and I will stress the term were, the greatest nation on the earth.
Well, I mean, what makes you think that you were the greatest nation on the? I mean, I could honestly say that the Spaniards had you guys beat.
Yeah.
Did you just say something, or was there?
No, that's just outside.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody starts breaking out into a fight out there, freaking.
Why we don't run them in there?
Now, do you know anything about this Barbara Marx Hubbard?
Who? What?
Mr. Robot posts the legacy of Barbara Marx Hubbard in the conscious evolution of psychological operations. So, whenever I looked at this, it was pretty interesting. I think I'll do a little bit more of a deep dive into it. But it says that after 3 years of sleuthing, John Klysek has completed the final installment in his investigative series on the legacy of Barbara Marx Hubbard. In this article, Klysek reveals how Hubbard's Malthusian gospel of conscious transhuman evolution has been suffused with sex magic, manipulated by cults entangled with psyops and intelligence.
It sounds like one of Mr. Robot's things.
Well, I mean, sex magic kind of caught my attention.
Yeah, but it did. Yeah.
You know, because like a lot of people don't realize how much if you go according to what sex magic is actually supposed to be, they don't realize what it really entails. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of interesting when you look at it. But then Mr. Robot goes a little bit farther. He starts talking about remote viewing and shit like that.
Precisely.
You know what I mean? So now it says the history of the New Age movement is riddled with stories of cults that have sexually abused initiates under the pretense of actualizing human potential attaining spiritual enlightenment or evolving a higher consciousness. In many cases, these alleged sex cults have been reportedly entangled with intelligence agencies such as the United States Central Intelligence Agency and the Israeli Mossad.
So
Consider
this is all alleged. There's not been any court cases.
Well, consider the following. The Finder's Cut, which was investigated for child sex trafficking and satanic ritual abuse, was reported to be a CIA front operation posing as a futurist network guided by human potential, psychology, New Age, spirituality, and Eastern mysticism. Then you have sects of Tibetan Tantric Buddhists under the auspices of the Dalai Lama, who served as a longtime CIA asset, have been accused of sexually abusing devotees through tantric rituals conducted at Maurice Strong's New Age mountain retreat in Creston, Colorado. And then the third one is NXIVM cult. The NXIVM cult, which branded its sex slaves under the cloak of its human potential, developmental progress, was supported by members of the billionaire Bronfman family, at least one of whom was instrumental in the broader network of the child sex trafficking operation of Jeffrey.
You're making that sound like it's a stated fact.
Hold on, let me finish. Who was evidently yoked with the CIA and the Mossad. No, this is an article that he posted up on there, and I was just reading it to you. This is called This is from the Unlimited Hangout investigative series, and you can find it at the Legacy of Barbara Marx Hubbard in the Conscious Evolution of Psychological Operations. So he brought that up. Now, don't get me wrong. I think when it comes to like groups like DARPA or freaking MK Ultra, which actually was an actual government agency, I could believe that kind of stuff would go on there. you know what I mean? But I don't know. I just I really don't know how to say it without just being honest. I think all the crazies are the ones who freaking talk about remote viewing. Whenever you talk to people who are into remote viewing, most of the time they're freaking psychopaths and nuts. I've yet found any concrete evidence that says there's satanic worshipers out there sex trafficking and freaking murdering people and eating their bodies. There's no evidence. I've heard it. I mean, I think the first year me and you did Roger's Real Time Talk Show, we talked about that, where allegations were made in Ireland, and all of them were freaking discredited.
Okay, I can't remember.
It was when we were talking about that foster care thing. We mentioned it the other night.
Okay.
I would probably guess that Mr. Robot brought this up because we were talking on Jaffe's show the other day about that whole thing with Dalai Lama where he sucked that little kid's tongue.
Okay, I wasn't there, so I wasn't on the show, so I didn't get to...
You know about that, right? About the Dalai Lama and the little boy and the tongue thing? Yeah.
Nope.
Apparently they're trying to make him out to where he was like a pedophile because he sucked this little boy's tongue in public. And I don't know what the deal is on that, but from what I found out, it's actually one of their traditions to do that. Like they do that. I would never suck another person's tongue, period. But it's like I
It's their culture or their traditions.
yeah. I mean,
Mm.
but I mean, it's just when I hear shit like that, it just kind of sticks out to me. Like people are just ignorant. You know what I mean? It's like just because it's something you don't freaking practice doesn't mean that it's freaking like pedophilia and shit. You know what I mean? Now it's like here recently with Donald Trump. When he sat and called everybody with Epstein as being freaking idiots. Everybody who supported Donald Trump that freaking believed in that, which was about maybe 3/4 of his supporters, got upset, right? Every single one of them freaking got upset about it, started raising hell, and then like maybe 2 days later, he comes up with this stupid shit about freaking we're going after Obama and shit for all this alleged shit that freaking Obama did, which he probably did. You know what I mean? But all of these idiots, the ones that he publicly called an idiot in public on live television, said, "Oh, this is so great," and they just completely forgot about the fact that freaking Trump literally called them an idiot.
Not the most important news story of the year.
But it gets attention, don't it?
Today, what's the old British saying? Today's newspaper headlines is tomorrow's check paper.
Mm-hmm. I just find it pretty odd that people are like that, though. Like they're so, because it's true. Like I mean, I'm getting to the point now where I'm starting to realize my old friend Roger Nunley. He was right. He stopped voting a long time ago, and he said it's a waste of time. Like freaking, when you get to a point where the only two people you have a choice between is Obama or Biden and or Kamala or freaking Donald Trump, then it's just time to fucking give it up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some retarded shit, dude. Like it's like
Okay, I was listening to something just yesterday about some person talking about the issue of the UK having multiple prime ministers between elections, and I I believe that we in the UK we don't vote for individual people, we vote for parties. The US and this sort of voting for people, the US system, is just a cult of personalities.
I mean
I
I don't.
mean, do you ever talk about mandates? Do you talk about manifestos ever?
Oh, we talk about a lot more shit than all that crap. I mean, I enjoy talking about political history and finding out what.
No, I mean, prior to an election, rather than talking about an individual politician or potential
Hold
president,
on,
you
they're
actually
doing.
talk about actual policies.
Hold on, it is true that it is happening here, but I mean, you got to realize the same shit's going on in your country too, dude. Like, did you pay attention to freaking the last election you guys had? It was horrible. It was like a freaking kangaroo show.
Yeah,
I mean, that shit's happening everywhere. Look at that shit that happened up in Canada, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, that shit was horrible. You cannot tell me that election was not stolen.
I don't know. Don't,
Uh,
I'm not sure about that one.
that from everything that I've seen so far, whenever I looked at like what Naoki was always talking about, it really does look like freaking they stole that election. They wanted to put that dude in freaking power. And it happened here too. Like just before the election, all of a sudden, freaking, well, like you were talking about the popular vote, freaking, it just shifts. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, this politician isn't as popular as this one, and bam, all of a sudden, he wins the election.
Again, this is why I kind of stand about U.S. politics. It's all about cult of personalities. Screw the policies. Let's vote between this person and that person. I mean, don't you vote on principles these days?
Well, I mean, I was trying to, but it's just now you can't do it. Like that last vote or that last election, I actually voted for Trump on the simple fact that he was being freaking, in my opinion, he was being freaking, it was a witch hunt. You know what I mean? And that was the only reason why I even voted for him. You know what I mean? Because I could see that.
Well, because you felt sorry for him.
No, it's because it was a witch hunt. Just that's it. If it was somebody else, not Trump, and they were treating them the way freaking they were treating Trump, you know, I would have freaking voted for them. But it was right up in your face. Like the corruption in this government is so in your face that if you cannot see it, you are a freaking idiot. That's all I gotta say. You know what I mean? Like it's being put right in your face on television, and people are looking away from it and saying, "Oh, that's not true," because we love our freaking so and so. We love Biden, or we love Donald Trump, or we love freaking Kamala Harris, which I don't think anybody really loved Kamala, to be honest. But you know what I mean? They literally turned a blind eye because freaking they freaking think these people are freaking gonna somehow save them. You know what I mean? Somehow, like I see it as like a form of brainwash. And they don't even talk politics anymore. You're right. You know what I mean? Like all of the bullshit that's being talked about is complete garbage. Okay. We're talking about transgenderism in politics, dude. You know how stupid that shit is? That is dumb. That is stupidity on the freaking worst freaking level. Okay?
Identity politics, cultural Marxism.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and it's running rampant, dude. It's everywhere. You know? It just amazes me when I see that shit, you know what I mean? And it's like freaking you turn around and you get on the internet and these same people who are against that are freaking just throwing up all this bullshit about Pizzagate and pedophiles and fucking you know, Christians need to freaking stand together and murder freaking all those Arabs and those Mexicans because them bastards are running into our country and invading us. You know.
Well, that's a different issue.
It's in the news.
Well, it's related, but it is a issue in itself.
You know, I mean,
as we find it in Europe, as we find it in the UK.
Nobody even mentioned the fact that all that money Doge pulled out of freaking those corrupt freaking organizations, they put right back into the government.
Yeah. Where do you think it was going to go?
Freaking it should go back where freaking it came from, to the people, man. Invest that shit into small businesses, stuff like that.
Technically, it is going back to the people. It's gone back to public services.
It's going to go back to public services, and all these corrupt bastards who support frickin' Donald Trump is going to get it pocketed into their pocket. So they took all this corrupt frickin' money from these woke frickin' organizations so that they could put it back into the government and give it to frickin' Donald Trump's corrupt frickin' group of frickin' individuals. So it's still going into the.
Or it might actually go into even public services.
Which ones? I don't know. I haven't heard nothing, dude. Where's it going? You know what I mean?
get a civil servant training or something. I don't know.
Civil servant training, dude? Are you serious? Now, you were a civil servant before, weren't you?
No, I've not actually been a civil servant, even though there's a possibility that could become a possibility. But yeah, that's something else. But no, I've never actually been a civil servant.
Do you
I've
think
worked as a on behalf of an agency and as a consultant, but that's external.
But my big question is, do you seriously think any of them are properly trained?
In some cases, yeah.
In some cases, it's not really a good answer, dude.
Again, the civil service is a large organisation, a large body of people that do a lot of different kinds of things.
So you're talking bureaucracy, basically. So you think that freaking it's okay to take money that was freaking pretty much stolen from the people freaking for these woke freaking programs and then put it into a bureaucracy after you freaking get it out of there. So they did it.
I wouldn't say it's stolen.
What would you
I mean, you've still got to make sure that, I don't know, you've got police force protecting you. You've still got to make sure that the potholes in the road is filled up.
They're not being done. Like, our infrastructure is horrible, dude.
Well,
You see what I mean? The infrastructure's falling apart. We haven't freaking had. I think the last thing that was done was actually the locks on the freaking canals here. Well, that was actually done by Trump the last time he was in office. He did the locks when it came to like the Ohio River and shit, and the Erie Canal. But that was the last thing freaking they've done that I know of that was significant when it comes to infrastructure. You know, it's just, and it's a load of shit, dude. And like the money came from organizations that were supposed to freaking be going to other countries and teaching people that it was okay to be transgender.
okay, yeah, we have just as we probably got a larger problem in the UK in relation to that.
You guys were probably getting the money that we just took away.
No, we are giving money out.
Oh, you're giving money out.
Yeah.
See, and that's what I'm trying to say. I think England is rotting people's brains and they're infesting the world freaking thought process with their woke ideology. They're freaking flooding the economy with their woke ideology through the money. You know what I'm saying? What do you think?
In some respects, maybe.
How much money are they doing that with? Did you ever check that out and see? Because I know it was a lot here. It was, what, $2 billion?
And the rest. It's you would have to look at a lot of data points to be able to get a good figure.
Did they ever decide to do like they did with Doge here in England?
There is talk about some sort of efficiency drive, but at the moment it seems like the state is employing more and more civil servants. So not under Labour government, at least, not going to happen.
I mean I do believe that was a good call. I think that the way it turned out was a bad idea. You know what I mean? I don't think that money should have been put right back into the frickin' the organizations, or not the government that frickin' did all that shit in the first place, you know. But God, because they were talking about freaking like actually, giving the money back to the people, sending freaking the money out to taxpayers who freaking, because that's where it comes from. They steal that shit out of your freaking paychecks.
Again, I'm not sure if stowed or stealing is the correct.
Oh, it's proper when it comes to the income taxes. Like income taxes is 100% constitutionally illegal here in the United States. They should have never had the right to frickin' steal people's frickin' money out of their payrolls. That's so frickin' wrong on so many levels, and they got away with it. So that's the one thing that really catches my attention. Yeah, so this whole thing about Japan goes nationalist again. What do you mean by that?
Well, they just had a general election, didn't they?
Mhm.
Within the last week.
Well, you said they went nationalist though.
Well, I didn't say that. I just pointed a headline. They've gone sort of. They voted in a conservative sort of anti. Japan is only starting to see what both the US and Europe have been experienced for the last 15, 20 years.
Show it?
Influx of immigration, unmanageable immigration.
Now this is a 24-minute show. Do you want me to show the whole thing, or?
No. And besides, we might have a copyright strike if we did.
Yeah.
It is. Japan has always been sort of a insular country anyway, hasn't it?
Well, the thing about Japan is like I don't even know what to talk or what to call them. You know what I'm saying? Because you could say it's nationalism. You could say it's nationalist, but they're so freaking woke too. You know what I'm saying? Like they're so politically correct mixed in with freaking national ideology.
I won't call it politically correct. They've got a culture of top down or down up honor. They've got that sort of honor system that is specifically Japanese sort of thing.
See, you don't even know how to properly say it, dude. Like I'm sitting there looking at you while you're trying to explain it, and you don't know how to even really say it right.
Well, they've always sort of had this sort of idea of they've got a very hierarchical system. They've always and culturally they've always had a hierarchical system.
Well, the way they behave, yeah, and it's like
a very Japanese specific hierarchical.
Yeah, that is true when you look at it. Which, by the way, I think we should mention too. Tanhai Tran went to Japan on vacation, and we actually got exclusive video footage of him going to Universal Studios over there. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I also wanted to point out too that if you haven't noticed, WPRPN is not on right now because Jeffy Ryder left Korea to go visit his dad in Canada. So we have Tan leaving Canada to go to Japan while Jeffy left Korea to go to Canada. So you got some interesting things going on there. Sonia was supposed to be in here to do an interview on tattoos, but she said things got a little bit chaotic for her, or it's been getting a little chaotic. Have a lot of stuff to do, so she wanted to reschedule. So
Did
that's
did she come back to you on the one?
no, she didn't. She had me chasing her all over the internet, man, and she didn't answer any responses. I asked her when she wanted to do it, and she never responded. So, which is fine. I mean, it would have been cool to sit and hang out, and talk to her about tattoos, but heck, I could do that on my own. I know all about the tattoo industry, so it would have been cool to have somebody who's in the tattoo industry, hang out and talk about the inks and stuff like that. Her style, things of that nature, what kind of ink she used, because stuff like that is actually pretty important, So now I think we should take another break. I'm gonna go get some coffee, and we'll put some music on, come back and talk about something else. I'm glad we actually did those last few topics, because we started talking about some serious stuff, and I don't really think anything is really good going to come out, or bad is going to come out of Japan being nationalists or being whatever. I don't see that even being an issue, to be honest.
Well, the sort of progressives will make an issue in relation to immigration and stuff.
Come on, dude, seriously. This is Japan we're talking about.
Yeah, but again, Western progressives.
Yeah. I don't see it really being that big of an issue is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because like everybody overlooks Japan when it comes to these kind of things. For some reason, I don't know why, but they do. Like Japan is probably the luckiest island on the face of this planet, other than the fact they got the nuclear bomb dropped on them twice. Other than that, But anyhow, let's put some music on. You mute this out, and we will come back. And after we get this music break and the coffee made, we will come back and do some more of the shows. So that last one was Mayan, classic Mayan from Austin Todd. This next one is going to be from Mr. Robot, so you probably want to mute out Mr. Mark Edworthy so that you don't have to listen to all of that horrible, horrible stuff that Mr. Robot talks about. Okay?
Will do.
Okay, so go ahead and go get you some coffee, use the bathroom, and we will be back.
Yeah.
Shadow moves, but no one's there. A flicker in the corner caught me unaware. the frame. Is this life or just some twisted game? I'm chasing echoes, searching clues. Every step forward, something to lose. The world's unraveling, I can't pretend. Are we at the start or is this the end? Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Red pill, blue pill, what's the choice? In the silence, can you hear my voice? Retreat or stay, there's no right way. In this fractured world, we start to sway. Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Caught in the chaos, we try to find the truth that's hidden deep in our mind. In the flicker of light, in the glitchy night, we're lost in the matrix, searching for what's right. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. People I know don't recall my name. Voices echo in a distant frame. Is this life or just some twisted game? Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves a mark. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves a mark. Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin?
Glitch in the code tonight. See the world in neon light. Fight to free our minds. Truth we seek to find. Run through crowded streets. Dodge the agents fleet. Bullet time it slows. Reality it blows. Reloaded we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Reloaded, we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Run through crowded streets. Dodge the agents fleet. Bullet time it slows. Reality it blows. Reloaded, we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Reloaded, we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Keys to open doors. Fight through endless wars. Code it changes fast. Hope it's built to last.
Fucking set it up, cunt!
Yeah, that's it. Fucking oath.
Cunt! Fuck off, cunt!
I'm a cunt from way back, yes I'm the original, not political. This is more analytical. On myself I approach your computer with stealth. Not for wealth, more like a magazine shooting off so clean. Because I'm keen, no other meaning, it's obscene. If you're not around, well then I'm going to town and take you down with my Kali Linux system. Using my wisdom, hacking in, no way to resist them. Exfiltrate all your sensitive loot, it's a hoot. No time to reboot, just shoot and execute. When you're out of town, it's your world that crashes. Look on your Facebook as the anger flashes. No one can stop me from tapping that line. So how about next time we don't intertwine online? You've got no two-factor authentication. As the cops came, I'm gone, no altercation.
I got your back, but you best to watch your front. Cause Mr. Robot's in front and I'm a cunt. I got your back, but you best to watch your front. Cause Mr. Robot's in front and I'm a cunt.
Such a cunt and I'm bringing my forte. I'm the kind of cunt I'd even make a whore pay. Your way or mine, don't cross the line. Cause I'm even worse when I'm drunk on the cheap wine. Sometimes I snap, act out for vandalism. And other times I'll just diss you to the rhythm. Prison couldn't hold a cunt like me, not likely. Cause I direct shit like Spike Lee. But this ain't a movie, this is real life. I'd fuck your life just to cause some strife. I've done a lot of cunty things, and out of all the cunts you know, I'd be the king. But you best to watch your front, cause robots in front and I'm a cunt. I got your back, but you best to watch your front, cause robots in front and I'm a cunt. This is for the cunts who clap and love the sound. Attacking from the cloud, then I'm back in underground. There's no masking from me now. Popping tornadoes round the globe, track and hunt you down. I think I'll need a planet-sized urn, cause some men just wanna see the world burn. Now it's your turn. I've got your back. Cause robots in front and I'm a cunt. One thing I do, and this is true, I'm sometimes a cunt to all of my crew. You know the usual stealing of hashes, and I'm known to burn cunts down to ashes. They say, hey cunt, when I answer the phone. They say, where's Robot? I say, the cunt's not home. I say, where are you cunts, and what are you cunts doing? And when I'm pissed off, they say, Robot, the cunt is spewing. No one will do it, your sister I'll be screwing in the lewin. And I guess that you knew I'm not looking for a crew, but I know it's true that you are a fucking cunt too. Fucking cunt. Mess with the best, die like the rest.
Don't make a sound. Boom, crash, as go pop. Earthplane wave of a body drops. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Marble shake, the ground will quake. No time to run too late, too late. Attack, look at them coming down. Attack, boom, boom. Attack, boom, this pow. Ow, attack, boom, 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 boom. Attack, boom, boom, boom. The bass go boom, come in peace. Attack, the bass sack, boom, boom, pow. Take cover, laser beam, pow. Head spinning, Martian prow. They blew up Congress after pop. Bass dropped heavy, now stop. Boom, hack, on the attack. But we're under siege, no time to pack. Boom, bass sack, here comes the hack. Wobble, pow. Boom, they guarded, boom, the bass pow, boom. Ashes flash, taking over, boom, boom. Earthquakes, bodies drop, stomp, saps, pow, pow, pow. We're losing track. Don't run, we are your friends. The bass wobbles can't hold back. Boom, attack, boom, boom, attack, boom, bass pow, ow, boom, 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 can reign. Bass pow, no more pain. Release the dust, boom pow, the bass wheels to save the human race. Martians flee, boom boom, victory. Beatbox slay, Earth lives to fight another day. Don't make a sound. Boom, crash, heads go pop. Earth ain't ready, but body drops. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Marble shake, the ground will quake. No time to rush, we're on too late, too late. Ack. Look at them coming down.
Give it to me, baby. What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got?
Okay, I'm back. So let me make sure.
I suggest. Well,
That was
Okay.
weird. Yeah, sorry about that. I have to.
Okay.
You there?
I suggest that you review the music that you played. The first one is probably not that you played is probably not suitable or anything.
For anything. What is it?
Anything.
Is it pornography?
Where is the lyrics? I suggest that you review.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what you're talking about there.
It uses a specific word which.
Oh, Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
Oh, he uses the C word.
Yes.
It's like a everyday hangout kind of thing over there in Australia.
Maybe in Australia.
They just love. They just
Most
love.
civilized countries.
You better be careful. Those colonials are going to start an uprising. You're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, don't be surprised if YouTube gives you a strike or something.
That's not the one I keep getting in trouble for. It's the one that has Ray Charles on it.
Okay.
I don't understand what Russia's problem with Ray Charles is at all. I have no idea what the deal is. It's like, what is it? Putin hates Ray Charles for some reason. Do they have like some kind of long rivalry between each other?
Oh, possibly just content matching.
Ray Charles, dude. Like, I don't even know if Ray Charles is.
Copyright content matching.
No, I mean, they ban it straight up. It's not even copyright because they'll tell you if it's copyright or banned. And like, whenever I play it on YouTube, it says some countries have banned your video because of this, and then I click on it and it's Ray Charles' song, the one with Ray Charles. So that's weird. I don't understand that. That's really strange.
Yeah, but for that first track, I would advise you not to play it because that is going to cause. I can foresee that's going to cause you a lot of problems.
Well, I'm pretty much sick and tired of YouTube, to be honest with you. Like, and to be fair, they have really calmed down on a lot of their shit. Like, there's a few streams that I've done here recently that they've just overlooked or something that before I would have gotten in trouble with. Like, I streamed a Nancy show on WoW last night, and I didn't get anything from it. And you heard some of the shit they were talking about on there. I just let it keep going. And it's weird because it might be that the Wonderful World of Weirdness is screwed up with the algorithms because the interview I did with Raph, I ended up freaking getting hit with violations on the Praetorian when I put it on the Praetorian. But I did his interview on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and it didn't do a damn thing. Like, I didn't get in trouble, nothing. It's still up on there. It was never
exactly the same copy.
Same exact one. All I did was download it and uploaded it onto the Praetorian.
You didn't modify the content in any way.
Nope.
You can retain it.
Right. And I actually downloaded it from the Wonderful World of Weirdness onto the Praetorian, and that's where I got hit with it. So, apparently, something is going on with the Wonderful World of Weirdness where I'm not getting in trouble. But when I go and I freaking do it on this channel, which is my main one, or I do it on the Praetorian, they detect it and I get in trouble.
Could it be just an amalgamation of previous strikes?
Probably. Because that channel's been through hell, man. I've been trying to kind of restore its views and everything, but it's so bad. I had to go in and delete every single video that was on there before I took over for John because YouTube had a problem with UFOs and ghosts videos being on there without having somebody talking during it. You know what I mean? Creative Commons.
Oh, don't tell me you've just been posted. Yeah, no. That's bad form. That's just bad form.
That's for years too. No, I haven't. That's what was going on before, and then I had to finally, eventually, just delete them. So
I see. I look these videos being published by mainly Americans, where they will just take another content creator's video, play that, and occasionally might just nod their head or say yes or something.
well, you guys try to do that shit to me all the time. So don't be attacking Americans. Well, not you, but freaking Mr. Robot, Australia, Mr. Tanhai Tran, Mr. Canada. Everybody wants me to always put this footage on, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. Freaking, first of all, when I do my streams, I want it to be my content. I don't want it to be from somebody else. I don't even like using freaking the music I've been putting on it because it doesn't belong to me. If I could come up with my own music, I'd do that, you know?
As long as you stay within the fair, as long as you stay within the reasonable amount of fair use.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. YouTube has treated people with this Creative Commons shit like crap, and then if you include Facebook in on the whole story, then it gets even worse because what's fair use and Creative Commons on Facebook isn't necessarily the same when it comes to YouTube. Like I can use their free music on Facebook, no problems if it's their music. I can use that for that video, but when I take that video with their music and put it on YouTube, I get hit with a copyright infringement.
Is it actually Creative Commons or is it their own license agreement?
Probably. And if I do the same thing with YouTube on Facebook, it happens as well. So,
do you review the license agreements?
I don't even think they give you the opportunity to review it. If you want to use it, you use it, and that's about it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? They don't. I don't think they ever did. To be honest, though, I've never really taken time to pay attention because I'm not like you. Not like you.
You should. You should.
So Rhea is putting a bunch of weird shit into stream, and she said freaking real or AU or AI, the internet is now impossible to trust. Now, have you seen a lot of these videos people are posting up about AI, if it's AI or if it's real?
I try to ignore this rubbish.
No, I mean,
I try to ignore this sort of content.
But have you seen the ones where it says real or AI? That's all I'm asking.
No, not really. Not really. I've got no interest in this sort of content.
I've been noticing that a lot more people are putting it up, and it's like I've also been kind of paying attention to what everybody's been talking about here recently. Like they've gotten way fired up more on like the AI in the last, I'd say, month or two than even before, back whenever we were talking about it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't even know if you noticed that or not, but like
every day I hear something about artificial intelligence this, artificial intelligence that, artificial intelligence my ass.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Getting tedious.
Okay, that's better. Like you said, my ass. When you want somebody to artificially implant something up your ass.
Yeah. An artificial intelligence ass. Yeah.
Yeah. Eater of the ass. That's the thing I was talking about the other day whenever we were talking about the Lotus. What is that one channel? Something Lotus. The Lotus Eaters.
Yeah.
Freaking! I went on their channel and it says "Eater of the Lotus" on there. Did you notice that? Their name on YouTube is Eaters of the Lotus.
No, it's the Lotus. They've got about 3-4 channels, all related to Lotus Eaters, podcasts of Lotus Eaters Online, and something else.
That's what gave me the idea. Like we should make a channel called Eater of the Ass. Eater
Family friendly. And talking about family friendly, and actually Rhea, funny enough, she just messaged me asking me if Wikipedia is working for me, and so I asked her why should it not, and she stated that she heard something about the UK has banned most websites. What she's talking about is as of today, or yesterday now, my time, it is now a legal requirement for any content that the mainstream or platforms, social media platforms that are, or platforms that are based in the, I've got a presence in the UK, so official office in the UK, have to now verify the age of the individuals that's watching the content or viewing the content.
All right. So now we know that Rhea is a freaking juvenile delinquent.
Right. So yeah. So things like Pornhub would have to be stringent verification of their user base, and social media platforms that have offices in the UK, so X, Twitter, or X, Twitter, Facebook, Meta platforms, have to now for any content that is deemed to be adult content by the UK government, or by Ofcom, the Office of Communication in the UK, has to now provide, or those companies have to provide a rigorous mechanism to verify their user base.
That's messed up. But Rhea did actually freaking tell on herself now, because now we know that she's a juvenile delinquent.
Why? No?
Because she can't freaking watch freaking Wikipedia because her age.
Well, technically she can, because she's a US citizen.
No, she's not.
Unless she's VPN into the UK to watch content.
She's actually Canadian, if you pay attention to her.
Is she? I thought she was US.
Yeah.
She's US.
Read between the lines. When she gets mad at you because you say something hurtful about Canada, dude, it's
She's American. She's US.
I guarantee you Rhea is freaking Canadian through and through, dude.
Okay. I disagree.
I would guarantee you that she is a Canadian.
No, based on the conversations I've had with her, the discussions I've had with her, she's US.
No, I've got to make sure. I think it was a waste of time to even start. Yeah. I think.
But you know where this, where the verification thing's going to go to.
Yeah, it's gonna go into freaking creeping into people's identities and shit.
Yeah. So online identification, which
Yeah.
won't tell me hits the UK.
Well, it's gonna hit the UK first, like
Well,
UK.
yeah.
You know what I mean? UK will just openly accept it, and that's the thing.
Actually, this has already been done in Australia, hasn't it? If I remember, it was earlier this year, in which actually back in December. Actually, it's still a bill, I believe. So it's not an act. The Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Yes, so it has yet to become an act as far as I'm aware. Which stops, which forces people under the age of 16 from accessing, or at least in theory, accessing certain content.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know. Arguably, it's very hard to regulate, to enforce, but at least in theory.
this is kind of why I have my issues with Element. I've been going on there with you guys, and I'm okay with it as long as I'm hanging out with you guys. But if I didn't hang out with you, I wouldn't even be on there because of that verification key that they make you do. You know, and I understand everybody's big on the encryption that's on there. But like this whole verification every single time you go on there, first of all, that's annoying. And second of all, I don't like the idea of doing that because that's leaving a freaking digital fingerprint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's somewhat different. That's a...
It can still be tracked, though. That's the whole point. It can.
No, keys are encrypted. The keys are...
Oh, if somebody
unless you're publishing your encryption keys yourself.
If it accidentally gets released, then freaking bam, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Somebody comes in and hacks my computer, and I've got my freaking encrypted key sitting on my freaking on a file. Bam, they got it. They can go right on.
That's down to your own security procedures.
But if it's done, man, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. None of that means nothing if it's happened to you.
I mean, I could make the same argument about people who let's say post keep personal identifiable information on the computer unencrypted, so addresses or bank details or any other personal identifiable information.
Well,
Social security numbers.
This goes back to a lot of the stuff that people have been talking about. They've been talking about this for a while when it comes to allowing this kind of shit to take place. There was that freaking big virus that happened a long time ago where they attacked Iran with it, and it eventually actually turned against everybody here in the United States because it was the United States and Israel who did it. I forgot what the name of it was. They came out with a documentary called Zero something, and it was basically how freaking the United States came up with their cyber command. You remember hearing about all that before?
You have to remind me of the specifics.
Well, the U.S., we have the U.S. Cyber Command, which is set up to where it's supposed to attack foreign governments that are trying to attack us. And how they do that is they go into their programs and they set freaking packets in there, that's malware, and they track that malware. after freaking like Desert Storm and freaking the Iraqi war, they started finding out that they had this network set up all over freaking during that time period, and they were actually able to track freaking these people who were fighting against them in real time because of it. They turn around and they attacked Iran, and then something happened. I can't remember exactly, but it literally ended up turning against us. That could have been the shit that happened with Snowden, too. It led up to Snowden, but all of that was because of freaking malware. Just
Okay.
basic malware that was introduced into these people's freaking laptops, their telephones.
Yeah. The the US answer to the UK's 77th Brigade.
That's what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, the 77th Brigade, which is a army, a UK MOD or army unit
And they're affiliated with
for the purpose of cyber security.
right. And that was actually started out with Israel. Israel's the ones who first came out with that program, and they ended up working together with England, and then eventually the United States. And the United States developed the Cyber Command, and then like the NSA actually does they do the freaking coding and everything, but they're not legally allowed to attack when it comes to cyber attacks. But they can detect them, okay? So what they do is they detect these cyber attacks, and then they send the information to Cyber Command, and Cyber Command's the one that attacks. So not only do they detect attacks coming from foreign countries, but then they freaking also attack it with another organization. That's how it works. Somehow that ended up messing up, and I really need to go back through that. I was talking about that before, where I was wanting to get back into it. So I think that's going to be the funnest stuff for me, because I really enjoyed doing my conspiracies this year on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And like this, what was it, the fourth generation warfare, fourth and fifth? That's where I ended.
To be fair, I was thinking about creating a new post today on mine in relation to the usage of the UK Online Safety Act in relation to the identity thing, but it's too complicated an issue, and I've already released a recent post in relation to that back in March.
Well, I mean, actually, if you've already released them, I don't see a problem with, you know what I mean? I agree with you. You probably shouldn't do it since you've already covered it. But
but I was just saying to you, I've published quite a bit of content in relation to this of the last 4 years. Mainly when was remember. Mainly was it was still a bill, but yeah.
Now, when it comes to the next topic, did you see that topic Miss Robot posted up here about a train that's faster than an airplane?
I don't really view a lot of Mr. Robot's content because there's a lot of.
It says on here that China has created the Maglev train, and it's supposed to be the super fast. It travels at 1,200 kilometers distance between Shanghai and it reportedly reduced the present travel time of 5.5 hours to as little as 2.5 hours
Between Shanghai and
between Beijing and Shanghai.
okay. If I remember rightly, there's only, as far as I am aware, there's only one track. It's only a limited, in limited usage, and the infrastructure to build, or the cost to build further infrastructure is possibly not practical.
I mean, according to this, they've already got it.
Yeah, but only one line.
Just one line? Well,
Yeah. Remember, China's a big country.
Yeah, I know. Well, 1,200 kilometers, that's quite a long ways. Now, I know, how many miles would that be, 1,200 kilometers?
KM2.
Why she told me it's like 600.
Yeah.
Is it
0.62, isn't it? So 1,200.
1,200 miles?
It's 745.
745.
Yeah. And a half, roughly. 745.64.
So you're talking about so see, like from St. Louis, if we left St. Louis and went to Kansas City, that would be roughly the same amount of distance, okay? Now, if you're talking about a train that can make it from frickin' that distance in 2.5 hours, that's pretty fast. That really is pretty fast. A 6-hour drive from here where I'm at to St. Louis, which is not even that distance, is a 6-hour drive. Or no. So I mean, you're talking about pretty fast train, 5.5 hours. Well, traveling time of 5.5 hours is the regular ones, and it's been reduced down to 2.5 hours. So that's actually pretty cool. And by the way it looks like it's a freaking silver bullet.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. So.
But again, it's only one track or one set of tracks. So we'd like to know the practicality of this, and
can it carry passengers too, though? You know what I'm saying? Like having just having the engine running is one thing, but hook that up and put passengers on that, and let's see how fast it goes. You know what I mean? That's a different story altogether. Because by the looks of it, they don't have anything hooked onto it. It's just the engine by itself.
And is it going to be used for passengers, or is it just going to be used for freight?
I'd love it. I'd love it if they had like passengers on there and they're all stuck to the walls and shit. Got their faces glued to the glass because they're going so fast.
And there's the old idea that Chinese, much like Indian trains, you get, they're overflowed with passengers.
Mm-hmm. Well,
like sardine cans.
They have like videos of that all over the place. Like that's not even like a stereotype or anything. That's actually the truth. I've seen videos where they actually have guards standing at the edge of the train so that whenever they get in there, the guards can push them in so that the doors can close. They would literally like push them so that they can get in there all the way because they were so packed in there that like people's butts were hanging out and stuff. So the guys who were the guards would literally would literally have to push them in so that the doors on the train would close.
And China is not known for its safety standards.
Oh,
If
okay.
there's such a- yeah.
I kind of get where you're going now. You're taking advantage and like this is your opportunity to bash the Chinese. I see what that's all about. First it was the Americans, now it's the Chinese. He never
Equal opportunities.
see. That's the way I feel about it. Like here lately, everybody's been mad at me because I've been talking so much smack about Trump. You know what I mean? And it's like freaking, you know what, dude? Freaking, I don't discriminate. You know what I mean? I freaking will talk crap about pretty much anybody. You know, I mean, and that's just the way I am. So, so now that we're on China, there's another thing that I do believe that Mr. Robot posted this too. But did you hear about the isotope he was posting on there? He posted something on there that claims that they have found a new freaking chemical on the moon. I believe it is. Scientists have found a new mineral on the moon, and it's actually an isotope, which is helium-3. And they say that it's supposed to be useful for fueling nuclear fusion reactors. Have you heard about that?
I just saw the headline, the tagline they used.
Mm-hmm. Now it says that Chinese scientists have achieved a remarkable new feat in their research of the moon as they have discovered and identified the 6th new lunar mineral. The Chinese National Space Administration and the Chinese Atomic Energy Authority jointly announced in Beijing on Friday that the new mineral change site negative Y, change site Y, it just had the slash on there, was found by scientists at the Beijing Research Institute of Uranium Geology from surface samples returned by the country's Change 5 robotic mission, and has been certified by the International Mineralogical Association and its Commission on New Minerals, Nomenclature and Classification. So yeah, they call it Change Site Y, and it's supposed to be lunar marylite. So we were actually talking about this in chat the other day, and I told Mr. Robot, I was like, this is where you're going to start paying attention to the moon, and as time goes by, you're going to see chunks of it missing.
How much of this material is on the moon?
According to what they're saying, they've only found samples of it.
And also, isn't the moon already, isn't the entirety of the moon governed by various states anyway?
You talking about China?
Well, various countries. I've got their own little segments of the moon now, haven't they? And the UN.
Well, the thing of it is I don't. Now you're talking about who actually has priority of the moon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. There isn't a single country that has the priority of the moon because the moon is split up.
Well, the thing about the moon is like there's only been like what 3 or 4 countries, maybe three at the most, that's actually made it to the moon. I believe.
I'm not sure about the legality of ownership.
You know, China, I believe, was the third actual country in the world that made it to the moon, other than the United States and Russia.
Mm.
Now I've heard like there's supposed to be a country in the Middle East that's planning on doing a moon landing, but they've never done it, and they said they were going to do it like 8 or 9 years ago. You know, but I mean, I've yet.
And there's been some talk about India.
Well, India, you can't listen to what they say. Well, I mean, you keep always bringing India up like they're important and shit, dude. Like, come on, seriously.
Well, they've got their own space program, even though mainly we Brits have been on. I've been chucking money left, right, and centre at India for their population and the economic issues. But yeah, there's been lots of corruption in India. There is a lot of corruption in India, and they, even though they are arguably a third world country, they've got their own space program.
Well, I mean, if they go to the moon, that would be good. I said that the other night about like exploration. I think it would be an injustice if people freaking stopped exploring. You know what I mean? I don't. I think they should actually do with the moon like they did Antarctica, where hands off. You know what I mean? You can't claim any parts of the moon as just for your country. It should just be open territory. You know.
I think there are international treaties already. I think I would have to do some research on this, but there are international treaties already there enforced.
And like with this new mineral, too, everything I read so far on that article, I mean, it just says that the mineral was discovered. It's not saying exactly how much. And China,
abandoned. It says. And what is it?
I don't see China actually openly telling everybody if they had enough to frickin' fuel uranium productions. You know what I'm saying? And they're not just going to openly say that to the world community. Oh yeah, we found this, and guess what? You know, we got this much. I just don't see that happening. Just being honest.
And also, yeah, how would you do a mining operation on the moon without anybody noticing?
Well, I remember that one show that was on back in the 70s or the 80s where they had that moon base and there was that nuclear explosion that knocked the moon off of orbit and it freaking floated away.
Oh, you're talking about
Space 2000.
Space 1999.
Yeah.
Was that British or was that American?
That was American, but the movie it came off of, or the TV show it spun off of, was English. That was the one where that dude was like this agent, and he had this real spiffy car, dude. And he'd go into this building, and he'd sit in his desk. He'd hit a button, and his whole desk would go down into the underground. And
I think you're thinking of a different part.
No, they actually ended that show so that they could do Space 1999.
Okay.
Now this one was kind of cool because it was like aliens would be coming in to try to attack the Earth, and they had a space defense frickin' force that would deflect UFOs and destroy them because these evil UFOs were coming to try to attack Earthlings and murder us. So we had to we had to freaking destroy them. You know what I'm talking about? It was the guy was like a blonde-headed, skinny dude.
No.
I'm
But
surprised.
again, this is all fictional.
Well, I mean, it could have been real.
Yeah, sentient, fluffy colored, sentient colored blue, fluffy aliens from Alpha Centauri could be real.
No, come on, dude. I mean, I'm talking about like aliens that are out to do harm to freaking Earthlings here on Earth, and having
Okay.
like a space force that would patrol the orbit of the Earth, so that freaking if these UFOs tried to come to Earth, they would be shot down and treated with freaking prejudice. You know what I mean? They would be. How would you say that? They would be dispatched with extreme prejudice.
Okay. I remember beams of sentient light coming down to Earth and attacking humanity. The Mysterons.
The Mysterons.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of that.
The Anderson puppets, the 1960s. Captain Scarlet.
Captain Scarlet.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have that kind of nonsense here in the United States.
Okay. It was an American created thing.
No.
It was pre-Thunderbirds.
What was it?
Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons.
I'm gonna have to Google that. Captain Scarlet.
Yeah.
Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're talking about, yeah. This is actually a spin-off of what's the other one? Where they had, it was something Force. Yeah, these are the dolls.
Yeah, it was Anderson. Can't remember his name now. He did a lot of this stuff, didn't he? He did Thunderbirds. He did Stingray.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. No,
Thunderball X, whatever it was, XO5 or whatever. Jerry Anderson.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's who it was. Yeah, they don't really have very. Captain Scarlet presents a war of nerves between Earth and the Mysterons, a race of Martians who possess partial control over matter. That's horrible, dude. Gary Anderson was on there. Sylvia Anderson, Ed Bishop, Donald Gray, and Francis Matthews, as well as
Actually, he actually also worked on Space 1999.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And Gary Files. Yep. Now that's actually some pretty messed up shit. Like even when I was a little kid, I didn't watch them because I knew they were dolls and shit. And I was like, dude, seriously, you're gonna just like.
Didn't you ever watch Stingray and Thunderbirds when you were a kid?
I watched the Thunderbirds sometimes, but they weren't cartoons. And see, there was a difference between watching
Thunderhawks, which I remember quite a lot. Fireball XL5, Supercar, UFO.
No, UFO was what we were just talking about, actually. That was the one where frickin' the dude went into that building and it was a real human. Okay, and he sat down in the frickin' desk. He pushed a button and his desk went down to the lower floors, and that was the command center, so that frickin' he could go in there and kick some ass. Tell those aliens this wasn't their home. They didn't belong here. Get out of here. Get out of here so us humans can frickin' live our lives in peace. What do you think?
Yeah.
See,
Again, it's all fictional.
the 70s were cool, though, dude. It's like, frickin', we didn't play this frickin' goody-goody, let's be all nice and pacifist towards aliens bullshit. You know what I mean? It was like, we're gonna send them packing, dude. It was like, you don't belong here. This is our world. You know?
I don't know. The day that they have stood still was a relatively nice, peaceful film.
Day that the Earth stood still.
Yeah.
The robot came down and frickin' told everybody, look, you are going to join our federation or we're destroying your planet.
Yeah.
So how do you find peaceful out of that, dude? Seriously. Like, seriously.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. So, now, I do know that, like, back when it was in the black and whites, they were actually more sympathetic towards scientists. You know what I mean? Like, they made it to where the government and the scientists actually were trying to help when it came to aliens. But then at some point, after frickin', I'd say about the 50s maybe, all of a sudden the government was against it. You know what I mean? And the scientists were frickin' didn't believe in UFOs, where before, when they were on sci-fi, they were portrayed as people who were actually the good guys. You know what I mean?
No. Who's the prolific writer that did a lot of old Americana radio shows, plays were based on not Alfred Hitchcock. Asimov. Asimov wrote a lot of stuff in the 40s, 50s about sort of questionable aliens.
Now, I don't know why we ended up getting into this topic, to be honest with you. But I also wanted to bring up this next thing about what we had on the chat. It's about the West Antarctic ice sheet. Did you see that article?
Yeah, I mentioned it to you last night or today. Yeah.
So, what's your thoughts on that?
Nothing but Mr. Robot scaremongering, the end is nigh sort of thing. Who did I mention last night? The US politician that was around in the early 2000s that was talking about the
Al Gore.
Al
Gore.
The death of polar bears.
Yeah. Don't give up on the polar bears. I get so sick when I hear that freaking commercial. It's like, dude, I've never seen a freaking polar bear in my life. What the hell are you talking about? Don't give up on the polar bears.
I've seen a few polar bears. Actually.
I have. Shit, I've never.
Have you never been to a zoo?
No, I mean, dude, I don't like go to zoos. That's where that's that's where you take the retards to, right? You take retards to the zoo.
When you were a kid?
No, I had a lot better things to do.
Okay.
I had a lot of better things to do than go to a freaking zoo. I actually went to the St. Louis Zoo. I take that back. And they have this big freaking red freaking orangutan. It was a gorilla. And he would stand there and he had hair going all the way down to the freaking ground. He was old. And when he got mad at people, man, he would freaking take his hand and pull freaking poop out of his butt, dude, and throw it at the glass window. He used to get so mad. He called him Old Red. He was red. He was one of the oldest orangutans in captivity.
Okay.
But that was it.
Would you be mad if you were stuck in behind a sheet of glass with people looking at you every single day?
Yeah. Well, he was old too. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of get a little irritated by that. But with this topic though about the ice sheets thing and the tipping, now when I read this, it was talking about he was talking about like the sea or the water levels raising 3 meters and you know what I mean?
Al Gore wrote a lot about this back in the 2000s.
Well, it goes even farther back than that. They were talking this crap in the 90s with like sci-fi movies and shit too. You know what I mean? Like I've mentioned it before too, where they were talking about like sea levels going up and New York is supposed to be knee deep in water. You know? They've been talking this shit for well over 35, 40 years now. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be, leading to a 3 meter rise in global coastlines virtually in a few years. Now, you know what I mean? This is the same crap. That's basically it. They've been saying this stuff for decades.
Yeah. Always in the next within the next decade. Been talking about this for the last 40 odd years. That the end of the world is going to happen in the next decade. But guess what? We're still here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he should really actually start coming in and talking about this stuff because, like, he just keeps posting all this garbage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then he never shows up. He stayed on the phone yesterday for like 4 hours talking to his ex-wife. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you have anything better to do than to talk to your ex-wife? You got to be pretty pathetic, dude, if you're going to be talking to your ex-wife for 5 hours.
I don't know if you haven't spoken to her. Well, I don't think it was wife. I just think it was a girlfriend, according to.
No, he said it was.
Maybe it depends. But if you haven't spoken to,
he said it's his wife. Man.
Okay.
He did say it. I'm calling him out, like freaking pathetic, dude. It's like, he said a pretty girl. He said pretty girl at first, and I was like, cool, it's all right. You're talking to a pretty girl for like 5 hours. It's cool. But then he said ex-wife. I was like, you're shitting me, dude.
Definitely actually meant his wife.
Yeah.
Just trying to look for it again.
But no, on a serious note, he was talking to his ex-wife last night. That's why he couldn't come in and hang out with us. So, which is fine because I don't really like the idea of having Mr. Robot around when we're trying to talk about political history.
Yeah. It wouldn't work. He would have got bored easily.
Well, he would have started talking about Atlantis and shit, you know.
Yeah, precisely. We'd have got bored easily.
And we would have had to talk about Lemuria and the conflicts between the Nagas and the Atlanteans, or the Lemurians and the Atlanteans, and because he was notorious for that shit. Back when I was doing my ancient history stream on the Praetorian, it was just supposed to be about history. Okay, that's it, just textbook history, and he comes in there and he just starts talking about Atlantis and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, God damn it! You know,
How as far as last night was concerned, how would a conversation about Atlantis relate to political philosophy?
well, I don't know if he could actually have done that. I think it would have probably, because like that was some pretty complex shit. I don't know if he knows anything about Voltaire or you know, Trotsky or well, that was you. You mentioned Trotsky.
Yeah. I was getting
Tolstoy.
mixed up with Tolstoy and Trotsky.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think he could have handled that. You barely handled it. It was like your head. I was like, that's where it all started. I told Mr. Robot in chat, I was like, dude, like Mark Edwards' head almost freaking exploded last night. Like,
well, I was totally unprepared for last night.
Well, you had just woken up too, and we started talking about Tolstoy, dude. It's like, you really want freaking Mark Edwards' head to explode? Wait till he's just waking up and start talking about Tolstoy. You know, so that was cool. I don't think freaking he could have handled that though, to be honest. Now, he also went into bringing up another topic in this stuff. He said octopus DNA evidence. Research using genetic analysis of turquoise octopus have shown that the weights, WAIS, likely collapsed during the last interglacial period.
What was the acronym or abbreviation for?
WAIS.
You did mention it.
Now I haven't got the link up yet, but it says intergalactic or interglacial period.
Oh,
which is,
West and Antarctic ice sheet.
Yeah. That was from 129,000 to 116,000 years ago, when global temperatures were only about 0.5 to 1.5 Celsius warmer than pre-industrial levels. Now, this collapse would have contributed to global sea levels being 5 to 10 meters higher than today. So, this kind of goes into where Mr. Robot loves to talk about the map. If you take a look at the map, you can see areas where it looks like freaking huge tsunami waves had gone over areas that are underwater today. You know what I mean? Like, especially down in the Magellan Strait. That's a big area right there. And then, like, he always talks about, like, the Australian shorelines, how you can see that deserty kind of imprint where it looks like it could have been damaged because of flood. You know what I mean? A tsunami or something. I've also pointed it out too, right up there around Greece in the Black Sea. You know what I mean? Where it does look like there was actually some kind of damage there, and it would explain why the Black Sea is actually in the Caspian Sea are actually where they are. You know what I mean? Like, how did that much water mass get into that area? That's the majority of that area is landlocked. You know what I mean? Other than the Caspian and the Black Sea, it's a landlock.
Hmm.
You know, so how did these two huge freaking seas get there? It just doesn't make sense.
Man-made global warming.
Well, I mean, you know, it comes down to freaking Atlantis is what it comes down to.
Okay.
See,
Atlantean-made global warming.
Mr. Robot has explained this thoroughly already once before, so
Ah.
understand that's what he's talking about. He is talking about the Atlanteans at war with the Lemurians. Okay. And one of them was using powers that was supposed to control land, and the other one was using powers that were supposed to control the weather. And when they used it, it caused torrential tidal waves, it caused freaking earthquakes, it caused tsunamis, and that's where all these floodings came from, according to Mr. Robot.
Okay.
Now, he says it better than what I do, but he's lazy and he doesn't get out of bed until freaking later on in the day. He should have been here, but he just, I don't know, he's getting old. You know what I'm saying? He's getting old as shit. Like, and I shouldn't have been bad-mouthing him for talking to his...
Isn't he still younger than us?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's say something about us.
Well, I mean, it's just somebody's got to say something. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, Mr. Robot. You know what I mean? It's like if I didn't pick on Mr. Robot, who would I pick on? I'd be, well, you, actually. So, yeah. Well, you pick better than what he does. Like, I really, it's not as fun. Well, yeah, it is. Actually, it's just as fun picking on you. But you pick back better. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Robot, dude, he's just kind of like there. You know what I mean? I just pick on him and stuff because he's from Australia and they're pretty much worthless.
At least I make arguments that are fairly sane.
Right. Exactly. And don't get me wrong, I do have a lot of respect for people who are into paranormal and UFOs and stuff like that. But these are usually people who freaking actually take time to come up with some kind of facts that they can believe in. You know what I mean?
Like move just hops from one theory to another theory to another theory to another theory.
Mm-hmm. And it's like it's kind of like whenever I go on to a lot of these supposed old freaking media things, you know, and people don't understand why I get so pissed off when I hear them talk about their politics. You know what I mean?
We talk about politics all the time.
Right. But it's just, you know, the thing of it is it's like it's getting so out of hand. Like when people start, when people talk about like, they start getting caught up in like this crazy Jewish shit because they're pissed off at Iran, at Israel. I don't know for sure on some of them if they know what they're talking about or if they're doing it on purpose, but like they think that I'm stupid that I've never read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. You know what I mean? Which is probably like one of the most disgusting freaking pieces of literature that was ever invented, you know? So whenever I'm freaking sitting and I'm listening to them and they're spilling this kind of shit off, I don't know if they've actually read it or not, or if freaking they're just hearing something from somebody else and saying what they thought was cool. You know what I mean? Does that make sense to you?
Oh,
Have you actually ever heard of the
yeah,
elders?
yeah, I'm aware of that. People with limited, very limited information, just using that limited information to base their own theories on.
Well, I mean, it's like if you know what the hell is, and you're sitting there and you're listening to these people just repeatedly spill this garbage out. You know what I mean? Freaking eventually you get sick of it. You know,
Yeah.
and that's I mean it's crazy because freaking I'm not playing that game. You know what I mean? It's like freaking and you see it everywhere too. Like you freaking a lot of these people who are into ufology especially starts talking that shit. They start getting into the crazy shit telling you that Nazis have freaking UFOs in Antarctica and they're mining freaking meteors in freaking outer space and taking humans as slave labor so that they can mine these meteors and shit. I mean, it's there are people who say that shit, you know, and it's like, are you serious, dude? You know. Now, how would you feel if a bunch of Nazis abducted you and took you to a freaking meteor and forced you into hard labor?
I don't know. I've never been in this situation.
How do you think that would be cool?
Possibly.
I mean, because you get to go to another world.
Yeah. Another world?
Well, technically, not another world.
Well, yeah.
You get to mine freaking minerals on a freaking meteor in the freaking the meteorite or the meteor belt or however. What do they call that again? The belt system.
Asteroid
belt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know. So I mean, for me, that's kind of what I see when it comes to that. Like when you hear that kind of stuff, it's kind of exciting. You know what I mean? Because it really is. It's really, really exciting stuff that people love to hear. It kind of makes your blood boil when you hear it because it's so exciting. You know, it does affect you when you hear it. The first time I heard those kind of stories, it just put me into a natural high, dude. Like, this is the best freaking sci-fi. It's better than freaking Star Wars, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It really is, and it's addictive. And I learned that real quick, so I had to kind of be on guard about that because there's tons of people who fall for that shit. You know,
if I wanted to do that, I could always pick up a computer game. In fact, what have I got on this machine? A game called, or part of Eaglesoft's X series, which is all about, well, you played Elite, haven't you?
I don't know for sure. I think you've asked me that. You said Elite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
The
think
space trading mining game, exploration game.
I played Eve Online.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think there's similar concepts in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now Eve Online is very, very controversial. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people like it. A lot of people hate it. It all depends on how bad they screw you over, basically. Because, like, there's a lot of people that went in there and they were idiots and they invested shitloads of money on EVE Online.
What is that space exploration game that has been in development for what? I don't know, half a century now, good 5-6 years, and as people have been spending money
That's Boulder's Gate, isn't that
No,
Boulder Gate?
no, space
Oh,
exploration. Star Citizen.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just a cash cow thing.
Okay, so since we've talked video games and we kind of got into conspiracies, we need to talk about RFK Jr., the final one. Okay, now,
Okay.
apparently RFK Jr. ordered changes for organ donation networks.
In the US.
Yeah. Now reports found dozens were not dead when harvested. Now this I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, dude. Like, I put this all back at Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Like,
So, have these reports been
well, that's
proven?
that's the thing. Donald Trump doesn't believe in proven. Like,
Okay.
amid reports that organ donors may be at risk for having their body parts harvested while still alive and kicking, the Trump administration has launched a sweeping reformation of the U.S. organ transplant system. The move, announced by Health and Human Service Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., comes on the heels of an investigation by the Department of Health Resources and Service Administration that revealed disturbing practices by a major organ procurement organization. Now, this comes out of the Independent, out of the UK, which is probably not a good source.
Actually, the Independent is one of the more reliable. Well, yeah, I would argue it's one of the more reliable news agencies.
Well, I don't know. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously.
Based upon previous reports.
I would compare. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I would.
Lost you.
Yeah, I know. I'm back. Sorry. Can you hear me now? You there?
Yeah, I've lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah.
Okay. Now with the
you were saying you would compare.
I would compare the Independent to Fox News. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, because I'm still waiting for those files that were supposed to be released for Hillary Clinton, and them bastards still haven't freaking provided those files about Hillary Clinton that were supposed to put her in jail, and they still haven't come. So
You've got to remind me.
Well, Fox News kept putting their bullshit with that one Carlson, Carson something, whatever his name is on there.
Okay.
He kept always pushing oh, it's coming. We've got files on Hillary Clinton, and it's just a matter of freaking them sorting it out, and she is going to be prosecuted. And he kept saying this shit for a year and a half, dude. And everybody who watched Fox News just kept eating that shit up. Yeah, they're going to lock her up. They're going to lock Hillary Clinton up. And it never happened, dude. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I get whenever I see a lot of that stuff coming out of the Independent. You know what I mean? You can't.
Western news full of sensationalism, and people love that stuff. Well, the average pub.
That's kind of what That's kind of what I see with the Independent too. They're real. I mean,
I don't know. Well, compared to various other news agencies, you could argue that they are much more robust in the reporting.
Kind of like the National Enquirer is.
Again, I've not read anything. Oh, mind you, I've not read anything from the Independent in many years. So, actually, I have read the website a few times, but not picked up a newspaper in many years. But again, I've not read anything from the National Enquirer in.
Well, they've expanded. They've expanded. Like you've seen these freaking like tabloid shows on TV. They're 15 half an hour long, right? Where they talk about Jay-Z or some shit or some kind of scandal.
Again, I ignore that sort of stuff. Yeah.
But that's basically what it is. I can't even tell you the names. That's how bad I mean,
the only thing I can think of at the moment is the US, The View.
Who, me?
Yeah, The View.
Oh, The View. No.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't even mention The View like that. That should never even be. It should never even be publicly mentioned.
And I'm only really aware of that because of who's the independent alternative news commentator. I can't think of his name. Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin.
Yeah, because he's very critical. He sort of mocks The View all the time, doesn't he?
Well, it's good that he does that. That shows character. It's character building, and for anybody who mocks The View, you are my heroes. Seriously. Like, there is no better thing in this world than people who mock The View. That is probably... That's the one thing that should be dead and buried. It should have been dead and buried a long time ago. Okay, the fact that I'm even talking about it right now brings shame upon me. Okay, so I'm just disgusted with it. I'm almost. I mean, like this whole thing about freaking RFK too. Just understand that Alex Jones is the one who he said predicted this stuff. So it's like you got to take that kind of with a grain of salt. He's another guy I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like freaking.
Funny enough, another Mr. Roberts, he's a fan of him as well.
Yeah, big time. You know.
Yeah.
Freaking. I mean, at one time, I was cool with Alex Jones back whenever he was into like Prison Planet and things of that nature. I did like that stuff, but to be honest with you, when he started doing that crazy shit about freaking Sandy Hook, that's when I started having my red flags about him. Okay. And I don't care if you freaking believe in freaking conspiracies or not. You know, when you cross the line, you cross the line. You know what I mean?
I've never been a fan of Jones.
But the thing that really tipped me off about him was when Donald Trump ran for president the first time. Like he became this freaking Donald Trump trope from the get-go, dude. It was all about Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump was his freaking hero and he could do no wrong. He went from conspiracy to freaking Donald Trump. Everything was about politics. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, you are such a freaking sellout. You know what I mean? A fucking sellout from hell, dude. I cannot respect anybody who freaking is supposed to be, you know, about conspiracy, like, and then just turn around and freaking become a fucking trope of a political party like that. And everybody says, oh, yeah, conspiracy has to do with politics. Well, there's a difference between political conspiracies and political propaganda. You know what I mean? When you're trying to push a narrative and propaganda for a political party, dude, then you're a trope. And you know what I mean? It's like, and people all the time back when he started doing that shit kept saying it in his comments, man. You need to stop doing that shit. Get back to your roots and do what you need to be doing. But he wouldn't listen to him. He kept pushing the shit. And he kept trying to get popular. Like he kept having these rivalries during the presidential election with that Sink off of the Young Turks.
Okay.
You remember that shit? He would go in and disrupt the show for freaking publicity and shit.
Again, I've never been a big fan of either.
Neither have I. Well, I knew Sink was a freaking chill. I knew he was.
Shank, you mean?
Sink. I call him Sink.
Sink, yes.
I call him Sink. He's the Sink man. Sink.
I nominated him as the most odious person of the last decade.
I love it when you talk crap on Sink. I love it. Get him, Mark Edworthy. Get him. Mark Edworthy is about to crown you with a fork.
Yeah, again, I got more interest in actual politics rather than the sort of bread and circus.
Yeah, I know. And that's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, you know what I mean? And it's getting to the point now where freaking I'm seriously saying that fuck this voting shit. It's a waste of time. You know, it really is. Because freaking nobody takes politics serious anymore. You know what I mean? Everything around us is freaking basically falling to shit. We're on the verge of freaking maybe another freaking huge freaking war. And these idiots want to fucking play games, you know what I'm saying? And that's all it is. There's nothing serious freaking being done. You know? So I'm
potential civil war in Europe, or potential civil actions in Europe.
Well, hell,
UK, actually.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say you guys too, and here. To be honest, it's happening here too.
I don't know. I don't know if it happened in the US, it would have happened by now, surely.
Well, it all depends on how. It all depends on how much Donald Trump has to backstep since he stuck his foot in his mouth. Like ever since he freaking stuck his foot in his mouth with his constituents, that's when he's really had to freaking start doing a freaking what do they call that? Where public he had to make himself look good. You know what I'm saying? Because like nobody really wants to admit it, but like when he turned around and he got on national television and told people who believed that Epstein thing was real, that they're idiots. He didn't realize that he was saying that on national television to like 3/4 of the people who voted for him.
Yeah, but we are seeing a much more greater issue especially in the UK. Remember that the Labour government is only about a year old now, and we've got major issues with immigration. We've got major issues with, let's say, alleged sexual misconduct. Due to immigration, we've got major issues. I only found out that in the last couple of days, we have actually now formally agreed to the World Health Organization's pandemic treaty.
Yeah,
that went under the lens, or that was ignored by the majority of the population.
You know, just a year ago, you kept gloating how great the English were compared to the United States, and now you're like folding into the freaking
I
World Health
I've never
Organization.
actually I've never
Yes, you have.
seriously gloated.
Yes, yes, you have. You freaking
I
fibber. You're
I
fibber.
I made
Fibbing. You know what
okay
American
okay.
term. You're a fibber. You know you have. So
I've made off the cuff sort of humorous comments.
well, I mean, that's the thing. It's that's what I like about hanging out with you and Mr. Robot. Like I've been talking trash about Mr. Robot all day too, but like that's what we do. We just hang out and BS and freaking have fun, But
Mm.
like with that World Health Organization thing there, that's a serious issue, and people are freaking they're being bombarded with this stupidity shit. You know what I mean? It's like there's some more serious crap going on. They're going to take away freaking everybody's rights and make it to where you have to freaking abide by laws that weren't even created in your country. You know what I mean?
Mind you, we've been doing that for some time anyway,
Mm-hmm.
thanks to things like the European Union and the European Court of Human Rights.
Yep. It's and in the meantime, we can sit and we can freaking listen to all these cool freaking people that are getting on the internet and just spilling out fucking garbage that's not true. Preaching about how freaking shit's gonna get taken care of. You know what I mean? And it's not. It's just more stupid shit that's being preached. Back in the 2015, I remember there was shitloads of these supposed news outreach outlets that were supposed to be independent, and they were politically motivated, and they would get on there and they would just spill fucking bullshit lies out of their mouth that they knew wasn't true, and
But I wouldn't call them those sort of people news outlets.
they
Remember, there's a difference between journalism and commentary.
we know that, but they were actually saying it and claiming that they were news outlets. Okay,
Well, yeah, I can claim that I'm the king of England. Doesn't mean I am.
people listen to him. Is my whole point, dude. They listened to him and they freaking believed it, and they just every time they came on the internet, they would spill this bullshit out. You know, saying this is what took place and that's what took place, and you know why? Because we're the first ones to bring it to you guys. Freaking they're lying to you and you need to take back blah blah blah, and freaking they're just spilling fucking lies out to you, and these people just listened to it and they loved it. And now 10, 15 years later, they don't understand why freaking people are sick of hearing that shit, and they're getting banned off of platforms, and they're freaking not able to freaking hang out anywhere but Telegram, because Telegram's the only one that'll freaking let them in. Well, there's a reason for that shit, you know what I mean? Stop fucking spreading lies and telling people freaking that this is the truth when it's not the truth. I've been,
That isn't even Telegram's major audience, isn't it?
yeah.
Telegram is a sort of platform which is orientated to teenagers and 20-somethings.
It used to be. Telegram was where girls went to show their boobs, dude.
Yeah.
You know, freaking give selfies and shit like that. Now everybody's moving there because they freaking like the privacy that goes on there. Like you go in there, freaking you verify yourself, and apparently
Actually, yeah, I have major issues with Telegram. As I pointed out on previous occasions, I've got the data protection. have got. I've seen a lot of reports in relation to failures in relation to the European general data GDPR, general data protection regulations.
Well, I mean, it's like whenever they ended Skype, and we had everybody having to figure out where they wanted to go. Majority of the people freaking that we know, they just basically had to take freaking Teams. Some of them ended up finally caving in and went over to Discord, but there were a few of them that freaking just said they were going to go to freaking go to Telegram, and I was like, yeah, whatever, dude, have fun with that. I'm not gonna go in there and then freaking have, first of all, to verify my information with a telephone, and secondly, I get all these spammers on Rumble and Kick and all these other platforms as it is, and they have their direct emails going straight to Telegram. They're like, hey man, I can help your performance, give you the opportunity of getting 2,000 views. Here's my freaking email, and they're just straight freaking scammers, dude.
If you remember the old Minds chat platform, all of these spammers that was deleting from what I was doing a lot of moderation were either using Telegram addresses or WhatsApp addresses or numbers. Yeah.
Exactly. And WhatsApp, that's the most pathetic thing. They're still out and running. People still use it. That's worse than Telegram, dude.
Oh yeah, it's owned by Meta Platforms.
Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy. And they allow that shit. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's falling for this bullshit, like Minds and not Minds, but Facebook and YouTube, and then they're all just interested in your freaking safety. But then they freaking set up a freaking chat system that's completely freaking it's dangerous. Basically, if you have WhatsApp on your computer, you're freaking at risk. I mean, that's all.
Technically, you don't have WhatsApp. It's a software as a service. It's not as a platform as a service. So technically, you don't have it on your machine.
Go into your task manager. You'll find WhatsApp in there if you got Facebook.
Yeah. It's still a client application. It's just a client. It's what was a year back some time ago that's stated that you've deleted, I don't know, some social media platform from your machine, and
it was
the one and stated you've deleted a platform. What do you know? The chief executive officer of said platform.
No, what it was is I uninstalled Elements from my programs, because even though it's just a browser app that I can download to my computer and go to Elements, it's still technically a download.
Right, yeah, it's a client application.
Right.
But you haven't actually deleted the platform.
It's deleted. When I say it's deleted, man,
it's still out there.
It's still out there, but I feel good when I say mean things like that about platforms. You know what I'm saying? It's like on Untethered when you said that I put the wrong thumbnail on those episodes. Okay, you know what I mean? I enjoyed the fact that I put freaking the internet is a scam thumbnail on all of those, because freaking I want people to understand that, dude, that when you come into the internet and you play these games, which that's what they are, these are all games, that you're putting yourself at risk. Okay, this is not freaking a playground where you come in and you just click buttons, which that's what a lot of people on the internet do. They're just button clickers. Okay. Every time you freaking do a download, every time you freaking go to a website and you allow them to freaking use cookies, you're opening yourself up to a freaking chance of getting harmed. You know what I'm saying? So, well, your computer being harmed, I should say. And just be aware of that. Even like me and you were talking about the URL. You know what I'm saying? Look at the URL. Look at what it's called, dude. You know what I'm saying?
They address the universal resource locator.
Right. You know what I mean? It's a locator.
Yeah. No, but it's no more than a postal address, isn't it?
Right.
It
But
directs you to a place.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Your place, your site, your computer. When you host a
No,
website,
URL would direct you to google.com or
to your
Apple.
entity, to your entity. You know.
It doesn't, generally speaking, a home machine doesn't have a universal resource locator.
No, not now. If you go into your router, you'll find out differently.
Yeah, no, that's still that's a IP address, which for most domestic users would change after a certain amount of time.
Mm-hmm. And your internet provider wouldn't know anything about that, right?
No, it's controlled by the internet service provider.
Yeah. See, it's all a locator, man. It's all a locator to figure out what you're doing when you're doing it. One day you get freaking a letter from Mr. Bean saying, cease and desist. This is my content, and if you do not do what I say, then I will take you to court and sue you for everything you have. And then the internet freaking company that's providing the internet to you also sends a letter along with it saying, look, buddy, you keep freaking using his videos on the internet, we're going to shut you down, and you can never have service with us again.
That may be true in the US, but that wouldn't work under majority of European country legislation.
To go talk to Mr. Beam about that. Mr. Bean, I'm sorry. You know, this guy is supposed to be
Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, this guy's
a fictional character.
Well, this guy is supposed to be Mr. Internet Freedom. You know what I mean? And he's sitting there.
He's a bit of a free speech advocate.
Yeah, he's full of shit, is what he is.
Yeah, but he has to also look after his own intellectual property.
Oh, okay. I still say he's a piece of shit.
I mean, you were talking earlier about somebody thinking that pushing communism and not owning anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. I'm at the back step. Do a Donald Trump. I just put my foot in my mouth.
I mean, surely this content that we create now, we are the owners. Well, it depends on which platforms we publish to.
Right. Well, I mean, like the content itself, this is our content, you know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I don't like using other people's content, you know what I mean? And when I say other people, I'm not talking about like me, you, Mr. Robot, or John, or any. I'm talking about like strangers, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like the idea of strangers freaking going out and using their music because they say that I'm allowed to, you know? I just don't like doing that. First of all, you know, it took years for me to finally figure out, man, if I'm gonna do this shit, I need to do it from scratch and learn how to create my own shit. I shouldn't be freaking going on the internet and using other people's stuff. It's and
Even though we have done that, even in this stream today,
right,
try.
right. Well, that's only because I'm being seduced by the forces that be. You know what I mean? I freaking started doing this shit with you guys, and all of a sudden, Tan's like, "Hey, man, we got to do this article clip." So all of a sudden, we're doing videos. Mr. Robot comes along. He's like, "Man, we got to do this background image, man." And he wants to show all this background images and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, man, this is so much copyright infringement shit. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I'm thinking. You know what I mean? The whole time that they're doing this shit is I'm going to get in trouble with the copyright infringement.
Again, you'd have to be more specific. But
everything, look at it. Like that. Like, remember those sunglasses when we did the first season of Tech Talk where Dan wanted to show off those cool sunglasses they were supposed to come out with that was supposed to show you what the shops were, and it was supposed to give you all the techno. Remember that?
Not specifically, but you're talking about sort of a modern version of the Google Glass sort of product. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we put that video on there, and freaking they hit me on YouTube because I used it. It was from those sunglasses that are really popular.
Ray-Ban.
Ray-Ban, yeah. That was it.
Which is no, it's not acquired by Meta Platforms, but Meta Platform Zuckerberg has been doing several projects with.
Mm-hmm. We ended up getting hit with a copyright infringement because we used a freaking video on there from Ray-Ban just for demonstration and shit, and then bam, they hit us with copyright.
Could you argue under fair use on that one? Did you argue under fair use on that one?
No, I didn't. I usually don't, because I don't believe in fair use and Creative Commons anymore. That's a load of shit.
Well, fair use under both the U.S. Digital Millennium Act and also the 1976 Copyright Act.
Mm-hmm. Still a load of shit. I'm an angry, pissed off American dude. I roll like the hard boys, dude. I'm gonna start singing a Bon Jovi song if I'm not careful, because I'm gonna start telling you I'm a cowboy.
Careful, copyright.
Oh, that's right. See, I can't even sing it on here because they'll flag me. They'll say you.
No, that'll probably be okay, but.
So we are up to 3.5 hours. I figured this would be a good time to go ahead and end it so we can get on with our night. What do you think?
Yeah.
We've covered all the topics that you and Mr. Robot did for the week on Elements. And if you guys want to come in here and freaking contribute to talking points and stuff like that, come over to Elements and check
Elements.io.
Right, Elements.io, live with Roger Hanson. You can check us out there, put in your posts that you want, and I'll go through them, and we'll put it on live with Roger Hanson so that we can have
or even just leave a comment on one of these.
One of these streams.
Yeah.
Because we are streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and DLive. Now, if you want to put a topic up and that you want us to talk about, just put it up in the comment section. Now, we usually allow people to come onto the stream and everything. Here lately, we haven't had anybody, and like I said, we were going to do an interview this morning with her first with Sonia, and she had to cancel because she said things were getting hectic and around her house, so we have had to reschedule it for a later time. So we will have her on eventually, hopefully, to where we can do a good interview. And I apologize for that, but I mean, there's there's very little that you can do, basically. You know what I mean? And it's worth waiting for too, because talking about tattoos is actually a pretty good. It's an interesting story, to be honest with you. I think whenever she does come on, Mark, you're gonna love it.
Yeah, I think, well, we have discussed the subject before in short sort of things.
But not like in a interview kind of
Mainly
setting.
on Jaffe's show.
Yeah. There are so many cool things when it comes to tattoos, man. Like that people don't get to hear every day. You know what I mean? So whenever she does come on, because I've got some experience around tattoo artists. As a matter of fact, I left home with a tattoo artist. Like we jumped in a car and freaking left Southern Illinois for Kansas City. There's actually another town that was in Kansas. I forgot the name of it, but we didn't make it there. We ended up staying in Kansas City, and that's how I ended up leaving Illinois and eventually going to Kansas City. Jumped aboard a frickin' tattoo artist's station wagon, and we hit the road, dude. So that, just to let you know, that's how much I've been around tattoo artists. So it's gonna be good. Trust me, we're gonna have a good conversation. You know what I mean? And I usually don't tell my personal stories, but that's a cool one, so you get to hear that one.
And I actually haven't spoken to her in a while, actually.
She talked to me this morning. She left me a message, said that she's going to have to reschedule. So,
just a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm. So before we go, why don't you give everybody your socials, Mr.
Okay. Like I said, I'm mainly on minds.com, so and the username Medworthy.
Okay. You can find me at minds.com as well at Roger_Hanson. I'm also on DLive and on, I believe, Kick as Roger_Hanson. Now on Twitch, you can find me at Infamous1969, and on YouTube, I am Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 2731. And with Rumble, I'm Roger Hanson at Infamous OG 1973. If you guys like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section as well as in the chat if you want. But the comment section, that's the important part. That's where we want to hear from you. That way we can have a conversation with you.
And like we had said earlier, give us some suggestions on talking points.
Right, exactly. How do you feel about this stuff that we've been discussing? Exactly. They call that a call to action, just so you guys know, okay? A call to action is something that is suggested that everybody who is a content creator should do. And that's what we're doing. It's a call to action. Say something. That's it. So with that being said, I am going to end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you have a good day. And we will talk to you later.
in which relation there's tons of rules. In the US, as an example, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the various child safety acts, the various making sure that internet servers are not exploding rules.
Okay, now this is basically a generic explanation freaking of what the World Wide Web is. It allows documents and other web resources to be accessed over the internet according to specific rules of the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the HT.
Oh, you mean those sort of rules?
Yeah.
The request for comments rules and the ISO standards and the IEC and standards, and there's a lot of rules.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That is where it all got. That's where it all became the big scam, dude. Everybody freaking fell for it. They're like, "Oh, this is just an open society of free information." And
it can be.
They didn't bother to think that freaking once they put that HTTP on that shit, everything you freaking do, everything you say, everything is already being monitored. They can freaking track you because of your freaking address. Okay?
That's why you shouldn't publish your address everywhere.
But that's my whole point. Now they've gone from, it was like me and you had the conversation on Minds Roundtable, okay, about the VCR and the reason why corporations hated the VCR with a passion, okay?
Yeah.
And the reason why is because
license agreements, really.
No, it was really untraceable. That's really what annoyed them. Okay, like they had content that they were broadcasting over the television, and this
also organisations were. That's why Betamax never got off, because of the license agreement.
But they wanted to push this metadata.
Like you do with metadata.
Yeah, they wanted to push this metadata afterwards because they seen it as an issue when it came to freaking people being able to just freely record TV shows. You know what I'm saying? And,
ownership.
Right, and the thing about VCRs is when you recorded something on a VCR that was untraceable, it was clean. Okay? The original VCRs, they were clean. There was no metadata in it whatsoever. So that means that they can't hit you with copyright laws. They have to physically arrest you.
Well, if you're breaking copyright laws, then unless you've gone down the Mr. Robot or Bill Ottman's route of the internet, everything on the internet should be free, and there's no such thing as ownership argument.
Well, that's the thing that gets really tricky about it all. Is like you have to. I mean, because when it comes to copyright, there are copyright things that I do agree with. You know what I mean? I think freaking. But I also know that copyright doesn't pertain to everybody. You know what I mean? Like freaking, if I don't have the money to put a copyright on something, then I'm screwed. Somebody can come along and steal my shit. I have no way of freaking protecting myself because, you know, and they always say, oh yeah, put a date on there with your name and it's copywritten. Well, that doesn't work on the fucking internet.
No. Best trick is to stick your ID in an envelope, then send it registered mail posted to you.
Yeah, I've actually heard that. Now that's in real life. That is in real life. You can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. That coffee started breaking me down. I had coffee and then I ate some peanut butter before that, which I know I shouldn't do, but it's It's just hard to stay away from. You know what I mean? but
I stand peanut butter.
you can't stand peanut butter. That's horrible.
Stop peanut butter.
Now, now the thing that I also wanted to mention too about these games is even though they are freaking they're specialized, that you had to have specialized access, basically is what I was saying, in order to participate in these games. All right.
Okay.
And not everybody had access to them, you know. I mean, they were interconnected games that were like set up like in universities to where people went in there and they freaking played these games, and they were being monitored so that freaking the military could actually see what their reaction times were in these games and how they
Also, there is a commercial element to that. It wasn't just the military. Speed times is of interest to commercial bodies as well.
You also have to take into consideration the time periods. Like in the 70s, that was the military's time. Now in the 80s, when it started getting commercial, you know, with CompuServe and what we were just talking about, that was when everything started getting commercial. And I think we even had a conversation too where there was a company that ended up getting into a freaking lawsuit over video games because I think it was the ones that came up with the pinball machines. They ended up freaking getting into it. It was over Pong, over the rights to who actually owned Pong.
Okay.
They were actually contractors for the freaking United States government, and they had the rights to it.
This one. Yeah.
And they actually,
I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm. And they had the rights to it, but when they had it, it was called ping pong, and the ones that we're aware of that was on Atari was actually Pong.
Yeah. You mean on the Atari 2600 series machines, yeah?
And see, the thing of it is why I think all this is interesting is because of the growth, okay, when it comes to games. Like now, gaming is the largest segment of the entertainment industry, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I would have to have a look at actual data on that one.
I'm pretty sure it's higher than both film and music combined. From the last time I've seen it, it's really, really high. I mean,
on GDP.
And you know, when we were talking about Activision too, you know what I mean? Like freaking that was a big deal. That was freaking the entire freaking EU that put their noses into that freaking transaction.
Yeah, but also we get issues with the game industry these days, or the mainstream gaming industry. Have a look at all the corruption that happens, the allegations that are made.
Now, after all of that, what we were actually talking about, we passed on to that from that one, and then we got into freaking computer hacking, the cool stuff. So I you know what I mean? That was where everything got really, really cool, in my opinion.
Where I criticised your usage of the word hacking.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you right now, hacking is a very, very useful word. It, you know what I mean? It really is, because I agree with you, but I also agree with Mr. Robot on some of his points too. You know?
Okay.
Because like with your points, I do agree that freaking hacking doesn't necessarily mean freaking hacking a computer. Okay. There are people who like life hacks or hacking freaking cooking hacks. things of that nature. So the term, I mean, it's basically
it has been misused in the computer industry for the last 30, 40 odd years. Yeah.
well, you
Or
called it
30.
the bastardization of the word hacking, is what I remember.
Something like that. Yeah.
The only thing I disagree with you and Robot over is the fact I think that all of it was done intentionally. Okay, I personally believe that all of this was done intentionally, and because I believe that they really wanted to come down on the internet community with harsher freaking rules and regulations that they had to follow. And I used, what was his name again? He was the guy that parachuted out of the airplane with all that money. Oh God, I'm gonna run his name up again because this is real, huh?
Richard Branson.
No, he was back in the 70s. He
Okay.
parachuted out of an airplane. DB Cooper. Okay. Now this is where my conspiracy about the whole thing comes into play, because a lot of the conspiracy theorists believe this, and I think they have actually a good argument here. The older conspiracy theorists. Now they believe that DB Cooper was actually a government agent who freaking staged the whole thing, okay? And the reason why they were doing it was back during the 70s, there were
On stage what then?
He
You said
staged.
stage.
Well, see, the whole thing that took place was he was supposed to have been on this airplane. He stole like $2,000 back in the 70s, 20,000,
Yeah.
somewhere around there. I think it was $20,000.
Equivalent to 6.50, so 1,600 million in 200,000 at the time.
200,000, yeah.
US dollars.
To see what had happened was he was supposed to have parachuted out of the airplane, and they never found him at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
They found some of the money eventually, but not all of it. Now the big conspiracy is that this guy was an FBI agent, and the reason why he did this was he was staging it so that freaking it would later make it possible for the government to come up with freaking stronger regulations on the airports, which they eventually did, like maybe 6 months later. You see, so but they had to get the public's freaking attention and make it seem as if there was a need for it. You know what I mean? Because at the time there were terrorists that were taking over airplanes and using.
The Iranian
Well, you remember the one down in Florida too, don't you? Or they?
I can't remember that much as far as US-Iran issues. I remember things like the UK, the US embassy in UK incident. But yeah, what was it, the 1982 incident where Thatcher was doing the Conservative annual meeting.
Mm-hmm. And the other one that I was talking about, they were in Florida, and the hostages had taken over the airplane and wanted to go to Cuba.
Okay.
And they said,
actually, yeah, I seem to, yeah.
Okay, now that was going on, and they really wanted to put stronger regulations on airports to stop that from happening. So a lot of conspiracy theorists believe that freaking they staged DB Cooper and what happened there so that they could freaking make it a national freaking incident. since we're on WoW Talk, this would be a good time to talk about the what we're going to do. Now that we have you set up, I want to officially let everybody know that Austin has become an editor and a member of frickin' the WoW. He's been on his mom show, Summer Todd, as a co-host with her and everything, and we've done shows all together, but he's never actually been a part of the editing team. So we finally have him on there, and I want to welcome you, Austin, and say that you've been it's been a pleasure and a privilege being with you guys and doing stuff with you. Okay, so this is a big thing for me because
absolutely.
And now that we have you on there, I do want to set up some time with you to where we can go over freaking you learning how to stream and stuff and taking care of your own videos and being able to put your own content up, okay? Now.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And another thing too is if you want, it's up to you if you want to pick a day that you want to do it, and you can do your own show too. Okay. But that's after we get you set up to where you can actually do your own streaming and be able to set it up. Okay.
Yeah. I need to start off at the basic.
Right.
The basics first.
But
and then of course, on top of that, my is it no?
Okay. With besides that too, like that's what I was getting ready to say about the phone thing. Like we're gonna have to figure something out with you and being able to freaking do it on the phone. Cause I'm good with OBS and I'm good with a computer, but I don't know jack shit about phones at all.
Me either. When it comes to streaming, anyway, I mean, I do a lot of other stuff with this, but I I don't know the first thing about stream. I'm sure you can stream on a phone if worse comes to worse, but like I said, I'm totally new to actually setting up my own streams. I have yet to do any of that, so I don't know. Well, that'll be something we figure out going forward, I guess.
Well,
we may learn something new together.
I know I know you can do it. I know you can do it though, like because now they got the shorts and everything, so and vertical and all that. So I know that is possible, but like I'm just saying I can use vertical on OBS. You know what I mean? But I don't know like physically how to do it on the phone. So, but we can go through that and set you up. Maybe if you want to, you can make little shorts. Since you use the phone, you can make little shorts for freaking for WoW too, because I think they got to be less than a minute.
I'm not sure what the length requirement is exactly. Probably less than within the window of a minute, I would think. But like I said, I've never looked into the shorts or anything. I don't know anything about that either. So there's a lot I gotta learn.
What the hell would you do in?
I'm a novice.
Well, you know what I'm saying? What the hell would you do in paranormal and UFOs that relate to frickin' or anything with our channel? That's less than a minute. That's the thing, though. Like that's the hard thing for me to figure out.
Possibly advertising for shows using shorts, like little 1 minute trailers of the longer shows, like what we just did that we're going to be doing, is the first thing that comes to mind. At least for me. Just advertising for the wonderful world of weirdness, like putting something real spooky and killer together makes people want to come and watch it.
Well, like the introductions.
Of course, then again, something like that, or advertising for campfire stories or everything about aliens. Any series we do, that would be what we could do with shorts if we go down that road.
I've got another
That's
idea.
the first thing that comes to mind.
I've got another idea too.
We could do like little short. What's that?
Your mom. Go through your mom's old videos.
What about?
And all the goofy shit that freaking happened on her freaking show, man. Just like get the little clips. Cause dude, we've got like so much goofy shit on there.
You mean like the behind the scenes, like you did, right?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm sure.
Oh man, those behind the scenes, of Summer Todd's mystery shows had me keeling over laughing. I mean, I fucking lost it laughing my ass off at some of those. It was just the technical glitches and shit we had.
Yeah.
It was gold. It was comedy gold. That was where we kind of interjected comedy into our more serious mystery discussions, as it were. So we could do that. We could go that route as well.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to that.
Now,
what were you gonna say?
What I want to do is I want to figure out a good time where we can actually sit down, and this is off camera, and we can go over freaking video and stuff like that, and I can show you how to set it up on the channel. Like you have to go in and freaking set it up to where you can hit freaking stream and bam, it's good to go. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
So we can do that.
That'll be something we figure out too. Now, granted, one thing is right now my time to really do this on a regular basis will be pretty limited because of how much I work.
This doesn't have to do.
You know, I got my.
This doesn't have to do with stream. This has to do with off camera, where me and you get together and we just go through it and I show you stuff. Like I'm not talking about streaming or anything like that.
Okay.
So when it.
Okay. Now I mean I would love to contribute a lot more time to all this, but it's just with work and stuff, it's so limited. If I could figure out how to make money doing it down the road enough so to devote more of my time to this and less to my regular job in the factory.
Good luck with that.
You know, it would be a totally different story. I'd be on the level of you and old John with the time to work on this, you know, but right now it's going to be limited, so I'm gonna that'll be an obstacle going forward, but we'll figure it out. But it'll take a little while because of the limited amount of time I have to work on it. But I'll be taking notes on how to do the streams and stuff, as just building on it as I go along.
Yeah, and I mean it's
kind
like,
of easing my way into it.
And don't think that it's about like doing the streams and streaming what we're doing. This is just me and you getting together using some. We could use this, or we could use freaking whatever, because we need visual to where I can see what you're doing, you can see what I'm doing, and we can kind of look at it, and we can share a screen, and you can see how I'm setting up my OBS or how I'm doing the YouTube and stuff like that, so that you're able.
Yeah, that's something we need to figure out.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be streamed. It just, you know, we use this to freaking see what each other's doing and stuff of that nature. So because
yeah, absolutely.
It's a good thing to do. I wanted to do it with your mom, but I don't know if that's going to be a good idea or not.
Why is that?
I don't think your mom's tech savvy.
She's not the most tech savvy, no.
Yeah.
She gets one little thing goes wrong, and it sends her into freak out mode.
Yeah.
And she kind of panics, and then you can't get her back down again. You back down, you know. With me, if something goes wrong, me and you can. I don't panic.
Yeah.
And start.
See, that's why I have no. That's why I have no problem with being. I have no problem with being her cameraman. It's just, just don't.
I don't know if I want to deal with that. Just let her do her show, and I'll sit back and do the camera.
She does a good show as far as putting on the show and all that. Just the technical aspect of it is. She gets freaked out if it goes off the rails, which technology does. So it's.
I agree.
She got to get herself. I'm a lot more patient and grounded with it because I know going in, it's gonna come off the rails. It's same shit with my music, same shit with me and John's musical collaboration. It's more or less a game of balancing it to keeping it on the rails.
Keeping your head straight. Keeping your head straight during a freaking they call it a crisis situation. So that's what it basically comes down to.
Yeah, it's more of a being able to ground yourself when your technology kind of comes off the rails midstream on you. That's a big key to being tech savvy.
Yep.
Even if you don't know what the fuck you're really doing, it's a disaster. It's just not losing your cool.
Right.
And I've tried to help Mom with a lot of computer stuff. She's good at doing it as long as things go smoothly, but she tends to freak a little bit when they don't. I think that's part of the reason we have like technical issues sometimes because her energy, her energy fucks the computer up somehow. She's got those slider tendencies, that we've discussed.
That's what I was bringing up before. Is like freaking. At first, she was talking about your sister, and then like all through the episodes, if you go back and you watch them, okay, like all of these little issues pop up, and it's not just once; it's through every. I think we had maybe 1 or 2 episodes that there was no problems. You realize that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I recall it being quite a bumpy ride through the whole first season we did, and it'll be the same way with the second season. It'll be bumpy.
Yeah. Well, at least we got through it.
But me and you know that. Yeah. We got through it in one piece with decent shows.
Yeah.
I at least me and you stayed grounded enough, I think, to keep it flowing while she did the show.
Yep.
She put the show on, and
I still think
we're
she's a
the
troublemaker.
cases, these deities are directly associated with these experiences. In others, they are more abstract symbols. Fertility rites may accompany their worship. Now, it is one of the Ugarit texts. No, it is one of the Ugarit texts dated to c. 1500 to 1300 BCE. The Ugarit texts are a corpus of ancient cuneiform texts discovered since 1928 in Ugarit and Ras Ibn Hani in Syria, and written in Ugaritic and otherwise unknown Northwest Semitic language. Approximately 15,000 texts and fragments have been found to date. Now, the text identifies Baal as the god Hadad. Now, Hadad, or Isker for Sumerian, was the storm god and rain god in the Canaanite and ancient Mesopotamian languages. Now, the north as Hadad, the Northwest Semitic form of Adad. Now, the stories are written in Ugaritic, and like I said, it's an extinct Northwest Semitic language, a Northwest Semitic language, an extinct one, and written in cuneiform abjad, and abjad is a writing system in which only consonants are represented, leaving vowel sounds to be inferred by the reader. This contrasts with alphabets, which provide graphemes for both consonant and vowels. The term was introduced in 1990 by Peter T. Daniels. It was discovered on a series of clay tablets found in the 1920s in the Tell of Ugarit, modern Ras Shamra, situated in the Mesopotamian coast of northern Syria, a few kilometers north of the modern city of Latakia, and far ahead of the current coastline. The stories include the myth of Baal Alian and the death of Baal. So, the Baal Cycle series of stories are Yam wants to rule over the other gods and be the most powerful of all. Baal Hadad opposes Yam and slays him. Baal Hadad, with the help of Anat and Atharat, pursues El to allow him a palace. Now, Anat is Anath was a goddess associated with warfare and hunting, best known from the Ugaritic texts. Most researchers assume that she originated in the Amorite culture of Bronze Age Upper Mesopotamia, and that the goddess Hanat attested in the text of something. I don't really want to click on it and go away from the page, you know what
where
I mean?
we're going, yeah. Which you're reading that on Wikipedia, right? Not on this thing that I'm looking at. Not on the, yeah, let me go back to my Wikipedia. I was looking at the Phoenician.
Now, Asherah is a fertility goddess in ancient Semitic religion who appears in a number of ancient sources. She also appears in Hittite writings as Asurdu or Asurtu. Her name is sometimes rendered Atharat in the context of her cult at Agarit. Now, Baal-Hadad, with the help of Anat and Atharat, pursued El to allow him a palace. And El is the Northwest Semitic word meaning God or deity, and referring to any one of multiple major ancient Near East deities. A rare form, Elah, represents the predicate form of Old Akkadian and in Amorite. The word is derived from the Proto-Semitic Il, meaning God. So,
is this the
persuades.
Hadad?
He doesn't pursue El, he persuades El to allow him a palace. Yeah. So,
This is on the Hadad Wikipedia. This isn't on the Baal Wikipedia.
no, the ball cycle. This is the last one I just
yeah.
posted there, down there. It's in the Jitsi chat.
Yeah, I thought that's what I was on just now. Oh no, something different. Okay.
There it is. But I misread that one word. It said that he persuade. No, it says Baal-Hadad, with the help of Anat and Atharat, persuades El to allow him a palace. So allow Baal-Hadad a palace. Now Baal-Hadad commissions Kother Wa Kas to build him a palace. Now Kother Wa Kasis, also known as Kother or Hayayanu, was an Ugarit god regarded as a divine artisan. He could variously play the role of an architect, smith, musician, or magician. He is well attested in ritual texts, and a number of theophoric names invoking him have been identified. So, Kother Wa Kasis. Now, king of the god and ruler of the world seeks to subjugate Mot. And Mot was the Canaanite god of death and the underworld.
You gotta get you a soundbar.
He was also known to the people of Ugarit and in Phoenicia, where Canaanite religion was widespread. The main source of information about Mot in Canaanite mythology comes from the text discovered in Ugarit. Now, Mot kills Baal-Hadad. Anat brutally kills Ma, grinds him up, and scatters his ashes.
Oh my gosh.
Baal-Hadad returns to Mount Zephyr. Mot, having recovered from being grounded up and scattered, challenges Baal-Hadad. Baal-Hadad refuses. Mot submits. Baal-Hadad rules again. And that is what the Baal cycle series of stories are. That's what they consist of. So, what do you think about that?
I think it's interesting, and I feel like that's why I was getting Mott mixed up with Baal, because when we were looking them up, Mott up, that's kind of what I probably was having intertwined. So that's what it was. He attacked. How do you overpower? Well, I guess it's God if you're God, and Baal technically means God. And then, yeah, I guess that does make sense for you to be able to overpower death. So that's not really a valid question. But
that's pretty interesting.
And then it says she demands. I didn't. Oh, that's a not. Okay. Yeah.
Now, we were able to cover that pretty good, and I think we should get on to Porphyry of Tyre. Now, Porphyry Malchus of Tyre, 23 to 309 AD, was born in Tyre and studied in Athens before joining the Neoplatonist group of Plotinus in Rome, where he studied philosophy. Porphyry was a man of great learning and was interested in and had great talent for historical and philosophical criticisms. He had a passion to uproot false teachings in order to ennoble people and turn them to the good. He declared the salvation of the soul as the ultimate purpose of philosophy. His works included Against the Christians, a work of 15 volumes directed not against Christ or his teachings, but against the Christians of his own day and their sacred books. He argued they were the work of ignorant people and deceivers. He attacked Christian doctrines on both philosophical and exegetical grounds. As to be expected, his books were banned in 448 and ordered destroyed by the Christians. Copious extracts from them remain in the writings of St. Augustine and others. Other books, such as Aids to the Study of the Intelligibles, is the basic summary of Neoplatonism. He wrote against Moses and attacked Eusebius of Caesarea. He lived in austere celibate life. Now,
Porphyry believed that animals, unlike plants, although having somewhat... You were going to say something about what he was doing. If you finish reading him, I'll do Toadis.
Hold on a minute. No. There was Neoplatonism. I wanted to kind of go over that with the Wikipedia.
Okay.
That way we can get that basically on video. So, because we
discussed it a little bit because I have them pulled up in my notes, but I'm not sure how much we went into detail.
Yeah, and I've made a link to the Wikipedia if you haven't got it up. But let's see here. Now, Neoplatonism is a version of Platonic philosophy that emerged in the 3rd century AD against the background of Hellenistic philosophy and religion. The term does not encapsulate a set of ideas as much as a series of thinkers. Among the common ideas it maintains is monism, the doctrine that all of reality can be derived from a single principle, the One. Neoplatonism began with Ammonius Saccas and his student Plotinus, circa 204 to 205 from 204 to 205 to 271 AD. And
so started in the 0405,
yeah. And stretched to the 6th century AD. After Plotinus, there were 3 distinct periods in the history of Neoplatonism. The work of his student Porphyry, 3rd to early 4th century, that of Lamblichus, 3rd to 4th century. And
but if it's Lamb, wouldn't it be Lamblichus? Because Lamb is already Lamb. Yeah, like I was just wondering. I'm not.
Yeah. 3rd to 4th century, in the period in the 5th and 6th century when the academies of Alexandria and Athens flourished. Now, Hellenism is another thing that
is important to remember.
What
too.
does Helen have to do with right now? I just saw something recent about Hellenism and Hellen religion type. What is this? What is that? What is this?
Now, Hellenistic philosophy is ancient Greek philosophy corresponding to the Hellenistic period of ancient Greece, from the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC to the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. The dominant schools of this period were the Stoics, the Epicureans, and the Skeptics. So when you hear about the Stoics in Greek philosophy,
that's a new concept to me, but I mean, I've heard it recently a lot. Stoics. I thought it was Stoics. Stoics, right? Stoics.
Yeah, Stoic. Yeah.
That and PSYOP, like these are new words that I see a lot often. I just didn't know what they mean. But go ahead.
Yeah. Let me see where I'm at now.
I apologize.
Okay.
I got you thrown off.
No, I threw myself off. I got caught up in the Hellenistic thing. I wanted to point that out. Now, Neoplatonism had an enduring influence on the subsequent history of Western philosophy and religion. In the Middle Ages, Neoplatonic ideas were studied and discussed by Christian, Jewish, and Muslim thinkers. In the Islamic cultural sphere, Neoplatonic texts were available in Arab and Persian translations, and notable philosophers such as El-Farabi, Salam ibn Gibral, Avicenna, or Ibn Sina, and Maimonides incorporated Neoplatonic elements into their own thinking. Now, Christian philosophy and theology, Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, had direct access to the works of Proclus, Simplicius of Cilicia, and Pseudo Dionysius of
It's not of, but just
and Pseudo Dionysius the Areopagite.
Pagite, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a soft G, not Pagite. It's like Pagite, yeah.
Pagite.
Go ahead.
Areopagite. And he knew about other Neoplatonists such as Plotinus and Porphyry through secondhand sources. The German mystic Meister Eichenhardt, circa 1260 to circa 1328, was also influenced by Neoplatonism, propagating the contemplative way of life, which points to the Godhead beyond the nameable God.
because they're recorded. And he, like, I mean, like, he was talking about them being in Jersey, and like everyone thinks that it was in Florida, but they were flying. They were took flights, and it was like, I think he said the day before, 2 days before. I don't like to do the time frame exactly because I might be incorrect, but he was saying it was really close to the times of the attack. And you know me, I get all my information jumbled up, but he was saying it was really close to the time of the attack. And like I said, he was on his list as having taken that plane out. And then too, isn't there information about how the Bush and Osama's brother had lunch or whatever, like the day before, where we were like chilling, chit chatting, cutting it up?
I don't know.
You haven't heard?
I remember what happened. They shut down all their flights out of America, and then only the Bin Ladens were allowed to leave. I remember that specifically.
And then, okay, so we all know that he was working. Osama bin Laden was trained by the CIA, and then he's like basically the scapegoat. And it's crazy that he was allowed to leave after, you know what I mean, after they kind of set him up, quote unquote, framed him. I still to this day, you can tell me that they blew him up and they brought back his head to prove it. He's not dead, and he's just hiding.
They didn't. They didn't do that. No, I've got a friend.
They didn't bring back his head.
I got a friend that's was in the military, and he used to have to do shit like that. And what happened? Okay, and despite what all these fuckers are telling you, what happened with a black ops operation like that? Okay, when freaking they send people in, like there was 2 helicopters and 1 crashed, right? What happened was they freaking had to blow that other one up so that freaking nothing remained of it. So the one came in, and then they freaking, let's say they did kill him, okay? Now, what they did is they freaking brought his body onto the helicopter. And the first thing that freaking they're supposed to do is they're supposed to pull the teeth. Every freaking tooth in his mouth comes out. Now, after they pull the freaking mouth, if they're over freaking the water, that body goes straight into the water, period.
Right. Okay. With some weights, yeah.
The only thing they freaking collect of the freaking body is the teeth, and that's because they need the DNA and they need the freaking they need the dental records.
Yeah, because you can be identified no matter how bad it is with the.
I reckon there was no body, and they covered it up by killing the whole Navy Team 6 people that went there because they knew they couldn't keep a secret. Did you notice how the whole team died like within a year after that?
Yeah.
Kind of like what's happening with Bitcoin and stuff, yeah.
And
wild.
Nobody really ever got to see the video because, like, if you pay attention to when, what's her face, Clinton, she was sitting there, Obama was sitting there, and they're staring at a camera. That's nothing more than a reaction film. They wanted you to see their reaction as they seen in horror, as they were horrified. They even gave a surprising face. You know what I'm saying?
And then there's a speech, of President Bush talking about how when the first tower, when he was outside of the classroom, when the first tower struck, he's like, yeah, and they told me of the attack, and I was getting ready to go inside the classroom, but allegedly, the news that we saw, he was inside of the classroom when he first found out about what was going on. Also, let's talk about them removing all their stocks, put options and buy options, and they took a bunch of put options. Basically, they said, hey, these stocks are going to fall. Why are they going to fall? Because we're going to blow up some shit. And that's exactly what they did. You don't do that like a week before. You know what I mean? But I really convinced it was for that gold. I'd like to know where the gold is.
To be honest, I mean, I think it was to freaking change the direction of policy. It's like I said before, freaking the disclosure hearings were freaking just a day before. You know what I'm saying? And disclosure doesn't just have to do with freaking alien conspiracy. And everybody seems to think that, you know what I mean? Because you got freaking Dr. I forgot his name. He's the one that wants to hold hands and freaking sing chants so that the aliens will come down and see you. And that's nothing more than a government shill right there. That's all he is. Okay, he wants to go out and hang out next to Area 51 and convince you that these aliens are good guys and they're just there. All you got to do is meditate real hard and they'll talk to you and hold your hand.
Stephen Greer.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not afraid
Greer.
of aliens. More, who do you
Dr.
fear
Greer.
more, or who do you feel like causes more room for concern? The aliens, or the people that are attempting to promote the aliens, or the people that are attempting to deny the aliens' existence? Who do you think are more detrimental to our existence?
I think freaking when it comes to aliens, freaking, you know, everybody has a right to their own opinion, but
Yeah.
when people are purposely trying to freaking attack
Sway you
people
in a certain
who believes in aliens, those people freaking have an agenda. Okay, there's a reason why they want you to think freaking that ufologists are cuckoo. All right, it's not just because freaking, you know, they believe in aliens, because if that was the case, then they would do something, you know. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Say your mama said hi.
So I actually think it's a bit more complicated than that. I base this on, again, remote viewing data that I've seen. So I actually am, and a bunch of whistleblowers that I've come across. I actually think, first of all, you know, it's pretty fucking obvious that aliens are real. Like, you see it in all our ancient mythologies all around the world. They've already admitted it basically on TV, you know, like, what you have to think to yourself is, what are the implications of that? Okay, so the implications are, you know, the stories are real about Area 51 and those UFO crashes back in the 40s and 50s. That means we've had about 70 years of reverse engineering alien technology, which means we've already got technology that can take us to Mars, probably much further than that, which means there's probably already military bases on the moon, on Mars, and you know, they know that Musk is about to send some ships up there, and the public is about to find out about it. So they have to start breaking it to the people. Otherwise, if the people find out they've been lied to, just like abruptly, heads are gonna roll. You know, so that's the reason I think for the last 70 years they've been condemning people that believe in that stuff, and now all of a sudden they're like not tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists anymore. All of a sudden it's on TV, military people are talking about it. It's because this stuff they know needs to come out, but they don't want to tell us the whole truth. They still want to be able to control what.
They're distracting us, and I feel like the aliens will be quite pissed off because they've been holding them captive. So the aliens maybe have been cool or been willing to work with us, kind of like the white settlers did when they came to Africa. Like, Africans were really cool with these people. The same with the Native Americans and the Pilgrims. Everybody was cool, but these people came and wanted to bogart some stuff and take some stuff from people, and they were not really cool. They were willingly given all the knowledge and information and power that they never had to ask for. And instead of being grateful, they had to be greedy. So they started putting these friends should be into captivity. And as a result of putting them into captivity, they're pissed off and they're starting to act crazy, but not really, because the truth be told, these people would like to be able to present some type of power over infinitely powerful existence. And that's the part that's causing them a type of discourse, because now we might have a little bit of issues that we're going to have to go ahead and mention it. Go ahead and distract them with this because we have this going on. I got to tell you, aliens exist because I'm going to blow you up over here, but I'm going to blame it on the aliens who were supposed to be our friends, and we wouldn't even be able to have this information and knowledge had it not been for them. But we're going to use what they gave to us so nicely, so freely, so openly, in order for us to be able to use it against not only you guys, but them as well. And like, they're just lying. They're just liars. This whole government is just trash.
The robot just posted.
There's good aliens and bad aliens. There's aliens that are controlling, and there's aliens that are respect free will. And if you read that passage in the Bible that I just posted, it's in Revelations chapter 12. Right. It kind of shows you like that the stories of Star Wars and stuff like that is pretty much real. And what we have on this planet is the secret societies and the dark government that you speak about are in cahoots with the controlling aliens, the Reptilian, Draco, and Orion factions. And, you know, it's kind of shit, but at the same time, there's a lot of good aliens out there too that are willing to help us. But they don't, because they respect free will, they don't want to just rock up, like come here and do it without our permission. So like enough people need to learn the truth and wake up to it, and then we can actually ask for help as a species. And I think that's when we can actually start getting on our feet again.
Now see,
Okay.
with me, I kind of run a different direction on there. Like everybody like wants to set these aliens, supposed aliens, if they do or don't exist, it's not my concern. Okay, but what they want to do is they want to make them out like they're these noble races because they're so much evolved. They have to be freaking good people, right? And no, they don't. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee that any kind of alien race is sophisticated and spiritual, and the only people who think that are people who are sophisticated and spiritual. You know what I mean? It's kind of
look at Star Wars. I mean, it's gonna be a shit show out there in the galaxy, just like it is here on Earth. You know, like the Hermetic idiom is like as above, so below.
Yeah, exactly.
What if I put you in captivation and hid your existence for years? Are you going to be peaceful with me when you finally figure out a way to break free from my nonsense? You're going to be pissed off. And if you're really smart, hold on. If you can evolve, we evolve, right? And you can develop. So what if they have been communicating with outside, even within being in captivation, and they've been in captivity and they're able to communicate with people, or there are people that are not in captivity. And what's stopping them from attacking? Like maybe they were once friendly, but then we ruined that. But look, alien by definition just means a foreigner, especially one who is not a naturalized citizen of the country where they are living. Like an alien is, okay, and I'm gonna even go further to the etymology, because alien by definition, we're not even using it right, because we're aliens. I'm not from here. I mean, I'm from here now, but I mean, this is like.
Where are you from?
Mars.
Where you from, Karma?
From Mars. No, I'm just joking. But I'm just saying, like, no one started in America. Our families did not start here. Like, from what I know, my family did not start here. Hold on, I'm gonna look up the etymology for alien. Because stranger, foreign.
Another thing you got to look at, there's other ufologists too who believe that they've been here all along. As a matter of fact, when you were talking about us evolving, they believe that they were responsible for us evolving. That's where we became intelligent.
No, well, see, that's bogus. I heard that too, because supposedly the creation down and gave us infinite amount of knowledge.
You look at the time period that humans have been on this planet. Okay, like all the advancement that we've done is like a blink of the eye when you compare how much time we've been on this planet. All right, like it's amazing.
Where is this? Northwest.
Yeah.
Northwest.
Let me back out of this real quick, because I noticed it didn't show the map.
Facade.
Yeah, right here. Now, that map.
Oh, it's saying no touching. It's not no cameras.
No, no touching.
Yeah, when I get closer, it shows no. And I guess it's touching. It's looking like they're getting ready to pick up a cigarette or they're about to touch something. Looks like they're doing a little bit of everything there. Is this a skull? No, that's not a casket that these skulls are on. It's something. It's like an iron slate.
Yeah, it's an altar.
They look so nice. Like, I don't know. I just want to talk to them. I would like to go there. Look at his on top of his head. Like, I talk. I bet it's so loud in there. It'd probably be nice to be in there. I mean, I can imagine for the most part, most of them hanging out, traveling when necessary. But they go, and if they reincarnate, then it's different. But you could go here and talk to these people. I wish I could go there and talk to these people. I'd like to know what, like, just stuff that they know, especially the people. Look at this one at the top.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm turning you. You're now all of a sudden you're.
I've been talking to dead. I've been talking to dead people long before you came in my life.
Do you remember what you first said when I said that? I was like, "Oh my god."
No, I'm not talking to dead people, please. I talk to dead people every day.
A church made out of human
bones. Church made out of bones is wild. Now the whole concept is wild. But see, that one right there, for whatever I'm drawn to it. The other one was okay, but the chandelier was the only thing that caught me. Whatever this one is, Skull Chapel, probably because of the skull and bones, which would make sense now because of what happened. But whatever, okay, I'm learning. So anyway, that church though, for whatever reason, I want to go there and talk to those people that are on that altar. Just those. There's 3 of them that I have to speak with, even though there's like 8 total, 7.
Let me give you a little observation of my own too, okay? And I've done a little research on these people. It's the Bohemians, okay? The Bohemians, there's a reason why they made the Bohemian Rhapsody, and they freaking
I can play that on the flute, by the way. Well, I don't know if I can still, but I used to. But go ahead.
And there's a reason why the Bohemians have the reputation they have, and it's because they earned their reputation. Okay, now these are like freaking Middle Ages, the Middle Age hippies. You know what I'm saying? In the Middle Ages. These people had imagination like you wouldn't believe. I mean, and their culture was just, I mean, for that time period, they were outlandish. You know what I mean? With some of the stuff they've done, and like this wouldn't be anything unusual for Bohemians in their art, their literature. Most of the old conspiracies, man, that people talk about today are because of the Bohemians. You know what I mean? Like, especially when it comes to alchemy and the freaking Sorcerer's Stone and all that stuff, and it's just like this is where most of that stuff comes from.
And it says, but what is a Bohemian person? A person who is interested in artistic and unusual things, for example, art, music, or literature, and lives in an informal way that ignores the usually accepted way. So wait, am I Bohemian then?
No,
you have to be from Czech.
Or Czech people. And they're from West Slavic ethnic group. They're a West Slavic ethnic group and a nation native to the Czech Republic in Central Europe, who share a common ancestry, culture, history, and the Czech language. Bohemians are actually, they have a tie with the Gypsies too, because like during the Middle Ages, Bohemia freaking didn't allow their people who were Gypsies to be harmed, so a lot of the Gypsies migrated to Bohemia because of that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard the saying that says, I'm going to sell you to the Gypsies?
Oh God, don't get me started on the Gypsies.
Please, though, can you tell me why, what is that? Is that history or is that conspiracy or what? Because we have to go there. Because I want to know why, what does that mean?
There's a lot of Gypsy conspiracy going around that claims that Gypsies used to buy freaking children from people who freaking had children who didn't behave properly and stuff.
So
My mom used to tell me she was going to sell me to the gypsies.
yeah, that's where that comes from. Because
And then she sold.
people believed at one time that parents would sell their children to the gypsies, and they also believed the gypsies would steal children from their parents if they strayed away from them. Just crazy stuff.
No, but it might be true. Just like, okay.
I don't know. You could.
I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up. You don't have to say anymore. But I knew if anyone knew anything about that, you would. Especially once you mentioned gypsy. As soon as you said the word, my brain was like, ask him about selling kids to the gypsies. And then as soon as you said gypsies, it's like, oh, he knows of gypsies. Wait. And then it was
I actually did freaking write about the gypsies too. I got it on.
Is it online?
It's on the Praetorian for my YouTube channel.
I think I followed all your channels, so I'll probably be able to. Oh, I'll probably be able to do it. I was listening to one of your things. It's the Atatu. You know what I'm talking about? But it's not your voice. It's like someone else is reading it. Are you playing something? Is that you? And you have it? Oh, it is someone else. I just didn't know if you did a voice changer or something. The Atatu. I was listening to that yesterday or the day before yesterday.
The we were just talking about it, weren't we?
The Mennonites and but that was something that was Amish. No, we weren't talking about them. The Mennonites I was talking about with the kids. It wasn't that, but
I'm thinking of the freaking Minamata.
Oh no!
Minamata.
What it is Atuta. You know what I'm saying, right? I know you know because you posted. It's like Atuta. Oh gosh!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm about to tell you because it'll be in my history, and because I know it starts with the A. It does not start with it doesn't start with the M. So just give me a second because I'm going to look at my history. View all blah 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 blah. Da 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 da. No, classical music. No. Then that's that song.
You want to read the San Bernardino El Osa?
Yeah, just send it to me, and I'm gonna read it. I want to see what it is live for Blender. Of course. Because I was listening to it and I wasn't I was listening to your thing and I wasn't answering my text messages, and then something weird happened to what I was listening to, and it made it sound like annoying to hear where I was really into it, and then all of a sudden I couldn't listen to it. It was like making my stomach hurt, almost like it had been intercepted and there was some type of energy being fed towards me to turn me away from listening to it just to get me to respond to stuff. And now it's not even in here that I listened to it or I watched it, and that's probably more frustrating.
Is it the Dybbuk?
No, it starts with an A. Like I see this thing where we looking at the monkey scratch strangeness episode 5 conspiracy. Then it's classical. Then it's the body cam.
Go look at the playlist.
But I don't even remember like which one it was on because it was another voice. Like it came from your stuff. Hold on, let me see if it's on here then. I know. I'll look at my subscribers who I subscribe to because it came from your stuff. That's the only reason I looked at it. And then it when I looked at it, it was like it was history and stuff like that. Like, oh, was I in the wrong one? No, I was in the right one. It was like history, the history of. Hold on, let me just go to where I'm subscribed to. Blah 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 blah. Go to your channel, yeah, and then I want to see playlist community. Okay, hold on, no. Channels about subscribers, 3 videos, blah 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 blah. See, and it doesn't even show me the stuff that I subscribe to. Like, should my subscriptions be right here? Okay, here it is. So maybe it was this strange. No, isn't this is gaming? Maybe it's gaming, but it's strange. It's not this because it was from some years ago. It was from something. Roger, here's this one. It might have been this one. And no, it's not this one either.
What's it say?
It wasn't. This one, because this one you just posted stuff. This is a house party and live
Oh
stream.
yeah, that's
Yeah, the
my
Roger Hanson one.
that's my other account.
I have like I follow all your stuff. Like no, and now all
No.
of this acts like
Mine would, if you're wanting this kind of stuff, it would be on.
I found it.
Strange.
M22, Book of Amtuat, the 12 album. Yeah, Amtuat. Yeah.
M2Y. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I was really frustrated because I know that I was listening to it. It should be in my history, and it's still not in my history.
You
but
better-
it showed.
You better be careful with that, because if you pronounce the words right, bad things can happen to you.
Wait, what? Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't know how to pronounce it, man. What do you mean?
Those are incantations, and when they're read correctly, they're freaking opening gateways into the freaking world of the dead.
Oh well, I'm probably already there. Those people don't scare me. Those are my people.
As you die and you go into the freaking underworld, that you go through gates, and when you say freaking a certain incantation, the guards of these gates will open them up so you can pass through to the next part of the Amtuat.
So like Beetlejuice.
Now Beetlejuice calls Beetlejuice out into the real world. No.
Oh, this one sends you into their world. I got you.
No, this one is after you're dead. You have to say these incantations, and like first incantation makes it to where your body can move. Okay. And then
After you've been dead.
After you've been dead, if you don't do the incantation after you die, you'll be frozen and you'll never be able to move. You'll be a frozen dead person.
Can other people do the incantations for you? So let's say I die in front of someone. Are they able to do incantations in order for me to be able to move and then perhaps later on control?
They can, what they do is they bring offerings to where you died at, and those offerings are food for you. But you are personally responsible for memorizing all the incantations that you have to do in order to pass through the Amtuat.
Can you transfer souls? Like, is it a possibility for someone to see someone about to die or even putting someone in a position to possibly pass on and then be able to transfer their soul to that person, and then in exchange, because they were still alive, that person will remain alive and they will remain alive as well because the soul went into their body, which means, that's a reincarnate, and then the person that was staying. No.
You got to remember, we're talking Egyptian though.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like, yeah, I know.
We're talking Egyptian.
Because it was just,
believe.
I died, and then like I did not die when I died, and like it's just complicated. But okay, let's read the other one. You said that's a different story.
It's your turn.
I gotta have it. You didn't send it to me.
I know. I just
patience. I know. I'm working.
You are about to receive it. Here we go. And I will do screen share real quick and get it. That's San Bernardino, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
San Bernardino Al-Asa.
Okay.
San Bernardino, excuse me, Al-Asa is a church in Milan, northern Italy, best known for its ossuary, a small side chapel decorated with numerous human skulls and bones. In 1210, when an adjacent cemetery ran out of space, a room was built to hold bones.